This page is the vibrant cover of SEGA Saturn Magazine, issue number 43, published on December 12, 1997, offered at a special price of 350 yen. It boasts packed information, including the latest on Grandia, and a pre-release strategy guide for Yuno, a girl who chants love at the bound of this world, which is prominently featured with its main character on the cover art. The magazine gives a full check on the highly anticipated Grandia. Beyond these major features, the issue includes special reports and coverage on a host of other significant SEGA Saturn titles. You'll find details on games like Panzer Dragoon Saga, known as Azazel, the arcade fighter X-Men vs. Street Fighter, the first scenario of Shining Force 2-1, God of the Capital, the Kindaichi Case Files, Galaxy Fraulein Yuna 3, Lightning Angel, and the newly announced Revolutionary Girl Utena, Dragon Force 2 and Welcome to Pia Carrot are also covered. Further content delves into titles such as Devil Summoners, Soul Hackers, and information on Virtualon Oratorio Tangram, alongside various other recent SEGA Saturn software releases. There's also a feature analyzing the current state of strategy guides and other game-related books. This cover promises a deep dive into the hottest games on the platform at the time. The next page is a striking, minimalist teaser featuring a large, orange D2 logo prominently centered. Below the logo, the cryptic phrase, "runs under," is displayed twice in smaller texts, accompanied by decorative asterisks. This page is a teaser for the survival horror game D2. Although D2 was initially developed by Warp for the 3DO-M2 and announced in a SEGA Saturn magazine in late 1997, it was famously cancelled for the M2. Based on the game's development history and its eventual release, this teaser page in a SEGA publication from this time period is almost certainly hinting at D2's impending release on SEGA's next-generation console, the Dreamcast. The phrase, "runs under," likely refers to the specific technology or engine powering the game, adding to the mystery of this early announcement for the title. This page features an abstract, vibrant background dominated by a bright red hue that fades into white on the left and dark black shapes on the right. In the bottom right corner, the distinctive vertical Warp logo is displayed, with individual colored blocks spelling out W, A, R, and P. Adjacent to the logo is the company name, Warp Inc., followed by their contact address in Tokyo, Japan, and their website. Given the teaser for D2 on the previous page, this serves as a direct follow-up, providing readers with the official contact details for the developer responsible for that intriguing title. It's a simple yet effective way to ground the hype from the teaser by offering tangible information about the studio behind the game. This page features an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game, Sonic AR. The page displays vibrant 3D renders of key characters from the franchise. Sonic the Hedgehog, Miles Tails Prower, and Knuckles the Echidna are shown in the foreground in dynamic poses, while Drive, Robotnik, Eggman, is seen in his flying vehicle behind them, chasing rings. The Japanese title translates to something like Wild Energetic Grand Prix, clearly indicating the game's racing genre. Accompanying text highlights actions fundamental to the gameplay, like running, flying, jumping, and climbing hills. A small English text box in the corner declares, "This is cool." The bottom section includes company details for SEGA Enterprises and notes the game is compatible with SEGA Saturn hardware. The next page continues the feature on Sonic SAR, diving deeper into the game's modes and tracks. It proudly declares this isn't just a racing game where courses are fixed roads, but an action racing experience, packed with hidden routes and tricks, encouraging players to find their own paths. The game, the second project from Project Sonic, allows characters like Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles to use their unique abilities to explore the 3D environments freely. The page details the Grand Prix mode, showcasing 4 distinct tracks: the vibrant, multi-level Radical City, the natural, off-road friendly Resort Island, the maze-like Regal Ruin filled with secrets, and Dr. Eggman's tricky reactive factory base. It emphasizes that the entire game world is a 3D circuit. Other modes highlighted are the Supersonic Time Attack, featuring variations like reverse and balloon challenges, and the exciting 2-player versus mode, also including balloon races. The screenshots provide glimpses of the gameplay across these different environments and modes. This page is the table of contents for SEGA Saturn Magazine, Volume 43, dated December 12, 1997. It lists the features and articles within the issue. The main feature, starting on page 135, is an analysis of game books, focusing on strategy guides and other game-related publications. Page 18 features a special report covering a wide range of games including Grandia, Revolutionary Girl Utena, Yuno, A Girl Who Chants Love at the Bound of This World, Panzer Dragoon Saga, Dragon Force 2, Welcome to Pia Carrot, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, Shining Force 2, Scenario 1, Machi, Kindaichi Case Files, Ginga Ojusama Densetsu Yuna 3, Yoshiyuki Sadamoto Illustrations, Atelier Marie, and Jake Hunter Detective Story, At the End of the Dream. The page also lists articles on Come On! Universal Nuts on page 88, and a strategy data focus on Super Robot Wars F on page 113. A large illustration of a character in fantasy armor, likely related to one of the featured RPGs like Shining Force 2I or Dragon Force 2, dominates the right side of the page. This issue of SEGA Saturn magazine offers a comprehensive guide to the system's library. It reviews new releases like E.Tude, Ayakashi Ninden Kuno Ichiban Plus, and the Star Bowling Volume 2, along with Puradal Disc Volumes and Dragon's Dream. Coming soon, previews include Sonic R, Princess Crown, and Real Bout Fatal Fury Special. A major feature is a developer interview with Koji Okada and Kazuma Kaneko of the Shin Megami Tensei series, complemented by a Soul Hacker's strategy guide. Arcade coverage highlights titles from Sega M Hurricane and Sega M3 Lab Rush, including Cyber Troopers, Virtualon Oratorio Tangram, and Winter Heat. Other content includes guides for J.League Pro Soccer Club Wotsukuru 2, and features on Panzer Dragoon Saga, Dragon Force 2, Yuno, and X-Men vs. Street Fighter. Games like Welcome to Pia Carrot, Cotton 2, and Riven are also listed. News, reader content, and reviews are included, with a fantasy RPG illustration prominently displayed. This page reveals the mystery behind the Sega Saturn's year-end and New Year campaign character, the one and only Sagata Senshiro, played by the legendary actor Hiroshi Fujioka. Known for his iconic role as Kamen Rider, Sagata Senshiro is a judo master who appears in television commercials starting November 28. He's depicted as a champion of justice, guiding players to the correct Sega Saturn way, often with impressive martial arts moves, promoting games like Sonic R. The page also highlights the grand finale of the Digital Circus 97 event, taking place on November 29th and 30th at the Yokohama Landmark Towers Dockyard Garden. This event is the culmination of Sega's year-end promotion. It's packed with action, featuring tournaments and events for major titles including Dead or Alive, MJ, Real Bout Fatal Fury Special, Sonic Sonics, Sega Touring Car Championship, and SD Gundam G Generation. The final day even includes a special talk show with development staff. It sounds like a massive celebration for Saturn fans. This page features an interview with Mr. Sugano Hirokazu, the head of Sega CS Promotion Department, discussing the new promotional strategy for the Sega Saturn. He highlights the need for impactful campaigns, referencing the success of characters like Saturn from the console's launch and the current focus on Sagata Senshiro. Mr. Sugano emphasizes the strength of the year-end software lineup, describing it as the strongest, and the importance of acquiring new users while reassuring existing ones. He specifically mentions titles like Shining Force 2i and Sakura Wars as key games driving this promotional push and aiming to significantly increase the Saturn's user base. The page also includes brief mentions of other campaigns, such as a SoftBank promotion giving away Game Boy Pocket consoles for buying strategy guides, and a campaign related to the game J.League Pro Soccer Club Wotsukuru. This page brings us exciting news from recent events and announcements. There was a big event at Tokyo Joyopolis featuring legendary wrestlers from All Japan Pro Wrestling, including Giant Baba and Stan Hansen, who appeared to promote the upcoming All Japan Pro Wrestling game. The debut of the powerful wrestler Wolf, likely Wolf Hawkfield, is also highlighted, generating buzz on the wrestling mat. Looking ahead, the next Joyopolis event is set to showcase Sonic SAR. The page also reveals the official details for the Tokyo Game Show 98 Spring, happening from March 20th to 22nd at Makuhari Messe. This event promises to be larger than before, with a focus on attracting a wider audience, including families, in addition to dedicated game fans. A prominent image features Sakura Shinguji from Sakura Wars, underscoring the continued importance and anticipation for this flagship title, which ties nicely into the promotional strategy we've seen discussed previously. This page brings us a mix of news from the world of Japanese entertainment and retail. Kicking things off, there's buzz about a new anime series called Seiju Gakuen Virgin Fleet from Oji Hiroi. the creator behind the popular Sakura Wars series. The article highlights the strong production staff involved and features a photo of the cast and crew at an announcement event, including voice actress Manami Kinzuki and others. It's set to be a full-fledged anime with OVA releases planned. Next up, we get information on young artist Kanako Tsuruta, detailing her live performances and CD releases. For arcade enthusiasts, there's exciting news about the arrival of the intense motorcycle game, Harley-Davidson and LA Riders. This arcade racer lets players feel the thrill of riding a real Harley, utilizing the powerful Sega Model 3 arcade board. Retail news is also prominent, with the announcement of a large new game store called Alive opening in Tokyo's Teikanatsuka area. This complex store aims to cater to local user needs with a wide range of game software, videos, books, and seeds. Finally, fans of Konami goods have a new destination as Konamilk Store No. 2 opens. This shop specializes in Konami merchandise, including items from popular series like Tokimeki Memorial and Jikyo Powerful Pro Yakyu. The article also promotes a Christmas event at the Chill Coport Eijo store featuring voice actress Manami Kinzuki. Maps are provided showing the locations for the Alive and Konamilk/Chill Coport stores. This page presents the weekly Sega Saturn software sales ranking, the Shop Data Top 15. Kicking off the chart at number 1 is the new RPG, Devil Summoner, Soul Hackers, which, despite starting with cautious pre-orders, is seeing strong sales momentum. Following close behind at number 2 is the new Sakura Wars Joki radio show, described as an extra episode of the popular series, coming on 2 discs and featuring must-see video footage. Holding strong after several weeks is Falcom Classics at number 3, a collection of dungeon crawlers that continues to engage players with its associated time attack contest. In 4th place is All Japan Pro Wrestling featuring Virtua, where you can create and develop your favorite wrestlers and even use swords in the ring. A new entry at number 5 is Team Management Simulation Formula Grand Prix, which aims to improve upon its PlayStation counterpart. Further down the list, Dead or Alive remains popular with its various modes, and the long-running Super Robot Wars Fi is approaching 500,000 units sold, building anticipation for its final chapter. The unique card game Culdicept offers strategic depth, while Mahjong Gakuensai allows players to continue from the arcade version. Other notable titles in the top 15 include Momotaro Duchuki, Castlevania, Rondos of Blood, baseball titles, and adventure games. The chart provides a snapshot of the hottest games on the Saturn this week. This page features 2 main data sections. First, the User Data Top 20 lists the games that players most want to see ported to the Sega Saturn. The rankings are based on user requests, with high-ranking titles including games from popular series like Neon Genesis, Evangelion, Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Street Fighter II, and Breath of Fire 2i. It's noted that while porting some of these titles might be difficult due to technical or platform constraints, there's always a chance for unexpected ports, making the Endofear trends something to watch. Special mentions are made for Welcome to Pia Carrot and Motor Raid, both showing a 20% realization/completion rate. The Shop Data Top 15 presents a ranking of popular arcade games based on store data. This chart highlights current arcade hits, led by Virtua Fighter 3 TB, Virtua Striker 2, and Tekken 3. Other popular titles include Street Fighter 2, Second Impact, Vampire Savior 2, Darkstalkers 3, and The King of Fighters 97. The page indicates that this section will introduce new Sega arcade titles. A one-point check game highlights Denu Senki Virtualon Oratorio Tangram as a significant upcoming release. The text discusses improvements like the simplified dash cancel and teases a large feature on the game. The Other Games section briefly showcases 2 more titles: a rail shooter titled Behind Enemy Lines and the fishing simulation Get Bass, noted for its use of a dedicated controller. The Sega Saturn's upcoming software lineup, based on user demand, boasts a strong selection. Recent releases like Revolutionary Girl Utena and Dragon Force 2 are keeping the platform relevant. Topping the top 3 most wanted titles are Grandia, an RPG, at number 1, followed by Sakura Wars 2, Thou Shalt Not Die, and Super Robot Wars, F Final Chapter. A pickup check game section previews upcoming titles like Revolutionary Girl Utena and Dragon Force 2, with some character art revealed for the latter. The top 30 chart features a diverse range of genres, including visual novels like fighting games such as Darkstalkers 3, RPGs like Panzer Dragoon Saga, and ports like Resident Evil 2. Other check: Coming soon, hints at Devil Summoners, Soul Hackers and Dragon's Dream, a network RPG utilizing the console's communication features. This page features the weekly All Soft Readers Check ranking for the SEGA Saturn, where players rate all release software. As of November 28th, a total of 819 titles were available. The top spot is held by Dead or Alive, Normal, Limited Edition, impressively maintaining its position for the 5th consecutive week. The top ranks feature strong contenders favored by enthusiasts, including Culdicept, Digital Pinball, Last Gladiators Verpoint 9.7, Thunder Force V, and Lunar, Silver Star Story MPEG. The commentary notes that while the top spot seems stable for now, there's a sense of anticipation for upcoming releases. It specifically highlights how well niche or, literally, astringent, but implying cool, understated, or sophisticated taste, titles like Super Robot Wars, F, and Sakura Wars are performing, receiving high praise. The page includes screenshots of the dominant Dead or Alive and Falcom Classics, a new entry in the rankings. The ranking section provides insight into the current state of the Saturn library, as perceived by its dedicated player base. This page continues the weekly All Soft Readers Check survey, showing the ongoing rankings of SEGA Saturn games based on player feedback. Following that, we dive into a section introducing new software releases. Featured here are reviews and impressions for several new titles. First up is SEGA Ages, which includes the classic puzzle game columns. Readers are enjoying this faithful arcade port, particularly praising how addictive it is to play at home. There's also Falcom Classics, a compilation featuring YS, which players find holds up well even years after its original release, with improved controls on the Saturn. The music is highlighted as a strong point. Other games covered include Legend of Galactic Heroes Plus, which seems primarily aimed at existing fans, and the helicopter shooter Black Dawn, noted for its solid gameplay and accessibility, though some felt it lacked originality. The historical simulation Tenkafubu is discussed, focusing more on story than strategy, which is appreciated by some, but found difficult by others. Finally, Bakuretsu Hunter R, an RPG adaptation, receives negative feedback for failing to capture the spirit of the original, and having poor execution in its RPG and adventure segments. This page continues the ongoing reader rankings from the All Soft Readers Check survey, covering a wide range of SEGA Saturn titles based on player scores. It's a detailed breakdown showing how games are performing in the community's eyes. Featured prominently is a small segment highlighting specific movers in the ranking. It asks, Ronde is soaring, but the odds are still just average? This section points out that Ronde, an RPG, has climbed significantly in the rankings, 114 spots, encouraging it to keep going. It contrasts this with other games mentioned on the page, like Tactical Fighter, likely referring to the US release Tactical Fighter, or the Japanese Tactical Fighter, Ideal Combat, which apparently saw a significant drop, 160 spots, warning players to be cautious. The image accompanying this text shows a screenshot from the RPG Ronde, depicting a character in combat within a dungeon or ruin environment. The rankings list itself includes numerous games, from popular titles to more niche releases, showing their current rank, previous rank, genre, and average score. Games like Final Fight Revenge, Deathmask, and various sports and puzzle titles appear in the list, reflecting the diverse library being evaluated by readers. It's a testament to the active community providing feedback on their favorite Saturn games. This page features a spotlight on the strategy RPG Dragon Force, highlighting it as a SEGA Saturn masterpiece. Written by Kaori Deguchi, the review gives it a magazine score of 8.33, while readers rated it slightly higher at 8.56. Deguchi strongly recommends Dragon Force, particularly for players typically intimidated by simulation games. She praises the engaging characters and story, which make the genre more accessible. Unlike many SLGS, she notes the battles are quick, lasting only about 30 seconds, keeping the pace fast and enjoyable. The ability to play from the perspective of 8 different kingdoms adds significant replayability, revealing different facets of the story and character interactions. The large-scale 100 vs 100 battles are singled out as a major highlight. A reader comment hails it as a representative fantasy simulation masterpiece with immense replayability due to the large cast, though notes clearing all character paths is challenging. The development staff share that they poured their hearts into making the game unique and impactful. The bottom section continues the reader, ranking commentary, humorously noting the battle for the very last spot between Death Crimson and Striker 96. This page focuses on upcoming SEGA Saturn titles and reader engagement. Spotlighted games include Devil Summoners, Soul Hackers, an RPG praised for its dark, adult atmosphere and solid story/demon fusion, though some feel the flow could be better. It earned an 8.0 from the magazine reviewer, with readers appreciating the improved save system. Also covered is Sakura Wars, Steam Radio Show, an etc. title with numerous minigames and full voice acting, seen as an improvement over previous similar releases, although some felt it lacked depth compared to the main series. Comment writer. Operation File 1 is highlighted as an excellent database for fans, with a cool premise despite weaker simulation elements. The page also features the latest reader rankings for SEGA Saturn peripherals, listing popular hardware like joysticks and pads based on average scores. Readers are encouraged to participate in the weekly contests and the main ranking. This week's prediction challenges involve guessing the initial ranking of J-League Pro Soccer Club, Otsukuru 2, and the initial reader average score for Mahu Gakuen Lunar. There's also a special gift giveaway, offering sets of SEGA Saturn peripherals and a chosen game to 5 lucky winners, listing the winners from the previous issue's draw. This page is dedicated to the highly anticipated RPG Grandia, which is now just 3 weeks away from its December 18th release. The magazine marks the countdown, emphasizing that the adventure is almost here after a year of anticipation. Priced at 7,800 yen and spread across 2 chronodromes, Grandia is highlighted as a masterpiece that sets itself apart from conventional RPGs with its unique systems and rich content. The article urges players to prepare thoroughly before diving in, suggesting familiarity with operations, dungeon exploration, and especially mastering the battle and skill systems. Key features are spotlighted, including beautiful CG and character demos, the game's fully rotatable 360-degree viewpoint and environments, immersive and realistic sound effects, and a compelling scenario filled with adventure. Screenshots showcase the game's visuals, character designs, and a glimpse of the battle system interface and character stats, reinforcing the promise of a grand experience. The overall tone is one of excitement and high praise, positioning Grandia as the real thrill for RPG fans. This page explains Grandia's character status mechanics. It highlights the importance of monitoring party members, detailing the status screen's elements: strength, vitality, agility, and movement, all influenced by leveling, weapon/magic skills, and equipped items. Special points, SP, are gained through combat actions, while magic points, MP, increase as related skills level up. The page also outlines status ailments and the weapon/magic skill leveling system, where skill experience unlocks abilities and provides specific stat boosts. Sword skills might boost strength and agility, while magic skills could increase max HP and MP. A battle result screen demonstrates experience distribution. The page also includes conceptual art hinting at the game's world, enhancing the overall sense of adventure. This page delves into the importance of towns and villages in Grandia, emphasizing they are lively hubs crucial for adventure, not just places to advance the story. It highlights how talking to the residents reveals a surprising variety of dialogues that change depending on game progress and events, adding depth to the world. The page then details essential facilities available in towns, shops for buying weapons, armor, items, including recovery and status cures, and mana eggs necessary for magic. There's also a storage facility to keep excess items and hotels, offering recovery, saving, and even the unique eating system. This system is presented as a fun travel element, where the party shares meals, showcasing character personalities. Navigation within towns is aided by the character radar map, and the world map allows travel between different areas like Palm, New Palm, Merrill Road, and the Wrangell Mountains on the Alencia continent. The reviewer finds the changing dialogue, helpful shops, and the immersive eating system particularly engaging aspects of exploring Grandia's world. This page shifts focus from Grandia's lively towns to the dangers and exploration of its dungeons. Unlike typical RPGs with hidden areas, Grandia's 3D polygon dungeons, viewed from an angled perspective, feature blind spots and verticality. The game encourages players to use the L and R buttons to change their viewpoint, suggesting hidden areas or items might be revealed. Two crucial icons aid exploration. The bird view icon, which, when checked, raises the camera for a strategic overview of the surrounding area, useful for navigation. The action icon, often found near impassable areas, can open up new paths, making previously inaccessible routes available. Getting lost while spinning the camera is common, but the game provides a compass in the upper right corner. The red part always points north, and a central needle indicates the direction of your current objective, a simple but effective navigation tool. Dungeons aren't just mazes. They hold other perils, like traps, that deal damage automatically even outside of battle. Being cautious is key to avoiding these hazards. Monsters are also visible on the field, often moving in pairs. Engaging them from behind, particularly the rear monster in a duo, grants a preemptive strike, giving you the advantage. Conversely, being spotted by them, or having a monster touch a party member walking behind, can result in being ambushed, putting you at a disadvantage. Exploring these dynamic dungeons is presented as a core part of the adventure. This page delves into Grandia's dynamic and unique battle system, highlighted by the IP gauge. This gauge, depicted as a timeline, visualizes the flow of combat for all characters and enemies. Characters move along the gauge towards the com point, where they select an action, and then towards the act point to execute it. Faster characters move quicker. The strategic element comes from observing enemy positions on the gauge and interrupting their actions, adding depth beyond simple turn-based combat. Visual cues are crucial during battle. The character window shows a character's current HP, switchable to SP and MP, while the status window provides detailed information, including their name, current action, and status effects. Screenshots show these windows featuring characters like Justin and Sue. The page also illustrates various on-screen indicators that appear during combat. These include hits showing consecutive damage, counter for retaliatory strikes, block for successful defense, and cancel, which signifies an enemy action has been interrupted, a key strategic move. Other indicators like skill and magic signify spell or ability usage. Finally, the HP gauge beneath characters shows their health relative to their maximum HP. The reviewer emphasizes that mastering these visual cues and understanding the IP gauge is key to success in Grandia's exciting battles. This page dives deeper into the battle system of Grandia, focusing on the just command menu that appears when a character's turn comes up on the IP gauge. This system offers a variety of actions beyond simple attacks. The core commands include combo, a multi-hit attack; critical, a powerful strike capable of interrupting enemy actions; skill/magic, utilizing SP or MP for special abilities; item, using consumables; guard, offering defensive options; look, allowing players to check enemy status and gauge position; strategy, for setting character AI; and escape, to attempt fleeing combat. The text emphasizes that choosing the right command is crucial and depends heavily on the situation and the timing indicated by the IP gauge, which was discussed on the previous page. Screenshots illustrate characters performing actions and the various command menus, including the item selection and strategy settings. The reviewer highlights that understanding and utilizing these diverse commands, in conjunction with the IP gauge, is what makes Grandia's battle system so engaging and strategic. This page dives into Grandia's unique and flexible magic system, where players' choices directly shape their party's magical capabilities. Magic is acquired by finding special items called mana eggs in dungeons and trading them at shops for spells. There are 4 basic magic attributes: fire, water, earth, and wind. Each mana egg allows a character to learn one type of magic, and learning attributes also provides parameter boosts. The system encourages strategic thinking, as players decide which characters learn which magic, leading to personalized party builds. Once an attribute is learned, using spells of that type levels up the magic attribute. For example, frequently casting the wind spell Howl will eventually unlock more powerful wind magic like Howl Slash. Leveling magic attributes increases maximum MP and further improves related stats. Mastering spells also speeds up their casting time in combat. A key feature is composite magic, learned when a character possesses magic from 2 different attributes. Combining water and wind magic results in powerful blizzard spells, while fire and earth create explosive attacks like explosion. However, attributes like fire and water cannot be combined. This adds significant depth, rewarding players for experimenting with different attribute pairings. Screenshots show the magic purchasing interface, spells like Blizzard, and explosion in action, and the main cast. This page delves into the character-specific abilities known as Waza in Grandia, highlighting how they leverage each hero's unique talents and often prove just as, if not more, useful than magic. Unlike magic, which is acquired from mana eggs, Waza are inherent skills tied to a character's specialization, such as Justin's swordsmanship, or Sue and Puffy's support abilities that can even recover HP in battle. A key distinction from magic is that Waza consumes skill points, SP, instead of magic points, MP. While SP naturally recovers during combat, MP does not. The page explains that Waza level up in tandem with weapon levels. The more a character uses a specific weapon type, the higher their Waza level associated with that weapon becomes. This progression can even unlock powerful combined Waza and magic skills, adding another layer of strategic depth. Finally, the page addresses how to replenish depleted MP and SP. While SP recovers naturally to some extent, both MP and SP can be fully restored by visiting save points, which look like hourglasses in dungeons and towns, or by staying at inns. These locations are crucial for recovery and preparing for the challenges ahead. Screenshots show various Waza in action during battle, the skill level up screen, and the interfaces for save points and inns. The story begins in Parm Town, the starting point of Justin's adventure in Grandia. Justin and Sue set out from the town to the Salt Ruins where they encounter the Garlisle forces. Inside, Justin's spirit stone glows, revealing a vision of Lyite, and hinting at the angel civilization and a journey east to Alent. Next, they venture to the Lek mines to secure a ferry pass. They clear the mines of monsters, including defeating the Orc King, and barely escape a collapse. With the pass obtained, Justin prepares to leave Parm. He resolves to depart without informing his mother, though she suspects his plan. The chapter ends with a poignant farewell and a letter from his mother. This page covers the journey by sea in Grandia, picking up after Justin leaves Parm. First, we see the ferry bound for the new continent, specifically New Parm. The journey is described as full of anticipation, and this is where Justin and Sue encounter Fina, a famous adventurer from New Parm who joins their party. There's even a minigame available on the ferry, where you can earn bonuses by cleaning the deck. However, the voyage is interrupted by the sudden appearance of a mysterious ghost ship, which halts the ferry's progress. Justin, Sue, and Fina bravely boarded the spectral vessel to investigate. The page provides glimpses into the eerie interior of the ghost ship, showing areas like the cargo hold, ship bottom, treasure room, and captain's cabin, all populated by monstrous creatures. Upon reaching the captain's cabin, they uncover the truth behind the ship's fate, leading to a confrontation with the boss, the monstrous Squid King. Defeating this creature allows the journey to resume. Finally, the page showcases their arrival in New Parm, described as a bright, lively port town, and the home base of the adventurer society that Fina belongs to. New Parm is presented as the true starting point of the grand adventure that awaits Justin. This page is dedicated to the highly anticipated SEGA Saturn game adaptation of the avant-garde anime series, Revolutionary Girl Utena. The page features striking artwork of the protagonists, Utena Tenju and Anthy Himemiya, in their iconic duelist and rose bride attire, surrounded by roses, reflecting the show's distinct visual style. The text explains that Revolutionary Girl Utena, which began airing that spring, captivated audiences with its unique elements like Takarazuka-inspired costumes, operatic music, and surreal direction, garnering a passionate fan base. Due to Sega's sponsorship of the anime, fans speculated about a game, and this page confirms that a SEGA Saturn game is indeed in development. While details like game screenshots are not yet available, the genre is confirmed as an adventure game featuring an original story. Given Sega's history of producing quality character-based titles, there is strong expectation that this collaboration between the anime staff and Sega's development team will deliver a game that satisfies the fans and potentially innovates the genre. The game is slated for a spring 1998 release. The SEGA Saturn game, based on Revolutionary Girl Utena, features an original story set at Otori Academy, with a branching narrative and multiple endings. As a female student, players interact with student council members, influencing their relationships and potentially triggering duels. The game introduces Chigusa Sanjoin, a new, skilled fencer designed by the anime's character designer, who will duel Utena. The game boasts a new opening movie with animation from the original staff. Its content is described as a musical production, incorporating singing and dancing with new music by the original composer, Shinkichi Mitsumune. This is a key element for fans. The game will likely include collectible items. Visuals include artwork of Chigusa and illustrations of other characters, confirming a faithful adaptation of the anime. The next page introduces the world of revolutionary girl Utena, providing context for the SEGA Saturn game discussed on the previous page. It describes the series as a strange story centered around Utena, a cross-dressing girl who gets drawn into mysterious duels. A key feature is the beautiful character designs and the flamboyant costumes reminiscent of the Takarazuka Review. The summary of the TV series plot explains that Utena, motivated by a desire to be like the prince who inspired her as a child, enters Ohitori Academy and gets involved in duels. After defeating Sayonji, she becomes the Rose Bride, Anthe Himamiya, and is now engaged to her. Utena must fight the student council members, who are acting under orders from the end of the world, to gain the power to revolutionize the world. The page features illustrations and brief descriptions of the main characters. Utena Tenju, the protagonist, Anthe Himamiya, the mysterious Rose Bride, Chuchu, Anthe's little monkey friend, Akio Otori, the academy chairman and Anthe's brother, and Dios, the shadowy figure tied to the power of Dios. It highlights Encrati's ability to draw the sword of Dios from her body, and the mystery surrounding Dios's true nature and connection to the power sought by the student council. The page serves as a helpful overview of the anime's core concepts and characters, essential for understanding the game's setting and story. Small images at the bottom provide glimpses of character interactions from the series or game. The Gorgeous Duelists introduces key characters from revolutionary girl Utena: Tuga Kiryu, the student council president; Miki Kaoru, a talented student; Juri Arisugawa, the fencing club captain; Sayonji Kyoichi, the initial Rose Bride holder; and Nanami Kiryu, Tuga's sister and Utena's friend, Wakaba Shinohara. The page details essential keywords: Otori Academy, the setting, the student council's unique uniforms, and the significance of the duel plaza, accessed via a spiral staircase. It explains the duel itself, a sword fight for the Rose Bride, Anthe, who possesses the power to revolutionize the world. The page also references the Rose Seal Ring, the duelist role, the end of the world, Utena's idealized prince, the Shadow Girls, and Akio's red car. Duels are matches to win Anthe. Duelists, holding the Rose Seal, fight in the duel plaza. Winning grants the victor the right to Anthe. The page concludes with character interactions. This page features a large illustration of a blonde anime-style woman in a sheer white cloth, standing against a light background with stylized shapes. The prominent text on the page is about the game Yuno, a girl who chants love at the bound of this world. The large Japanese text reads, the text overlaying the character at the bottom says, which translates to, a girl who chants love at the bound of this world, matching the English subtitle provided below it. The text block on the left describes the game's themes, focusing on the power that connects people and its wonder, encouraging the reader to feel it. It talks about experiencing much and various love, and how one story will surely be engraved forever in your heart. It mentions the release date, December 4th, and states that Yuno is waiting for you. A small badge on the right says, Special Report, and 100%, indicating a 100% completion or readiness report. At the bottom, details about the game release are provided. Developed by Elf, released on December 4th, priced at 7,800 yen. Skadrum 3 disc set, 9,800 yen, with mouse bundle. It utilizes a multi-story system, ADMs, and is recommended for ages 18 and over, supporting shuttle mouse. The page is essentially an announcement or promotional page for the visual novel Yuno, highlighting its emotional themes and impending release. This page continues the excitement for Yuno, a girl who chants love at the bound of this world, focusing on new information and special offers. The headline, translated, speaks of believing, gaining strength, and experiencing even greater emotion this winter. With the game's release just around the corner, anticipation is high, and two key pieces of new information are highlighted. First is the mouse set version, which bundles the game with the SEGA Shuttle mouse in a deluxe package. It's proving popular and likely to sell out, priced at 9,800 yen. Second is the official soundtrack, featuring 68 in-game tracks and voice actor messages, with cover art using a familiar illustration. Adding to the hype, Elf is running a promotion for 2 big presents to celebrate the launch. 100 lucky fans can win a special telephone card featuring exclusive original artwork from Elf, hinting at its rarity and potential value. For the truly dedicated, only 3 winners will receive a large B2 size store poster with a brand new illustration. Entry for both is via postcard by December 18th. These are some cool collectibles for fans of the game. This page delves deeper into the appeal of A Girl Who Chants Love at the Bound of This World as its release nears, revisiting its key features for new readers. It highlights the game's core structure, built upon its distinctive worldview and system, with added elements specific to the Saturn version. The worldview centers on parallel worlds, where the protagonist uses the reflector device to explore branching possibilities, encountering mystery and human drama. The unique ADM system is key. It's not just mapping, but a system integrated with the parallel worlds, allowing players to visualize their progress, jump between worlds, and understand branching narrative paths dynamically, making the game feel incredibly interactive. The Saturn version is presented as a significant upgrade, featuring enhanced event animations, full voice acting with talented actors like Aya Hisakawa, and remade graphics and sound. These substantial additions offer significant value, even for veterans of the PC version. The page concludes by indicating that the next page will feature the main strategy guide for the game. This page kicks off the strategy guide for A Girl Who Chants Love at the Bound of This World, specifically focusing on the route of Mizuki Kana. The page features a large illustration of Mizuki herself, hinting at her central role in this path. It introduces several key characters involved in Mizuki's story with accompanying portraits. There's Takuya Arima, the protagonist, noted for his past close relationship with Mizuki which has become strained. Miho Shimazu is also featured, whose feelings for Takuya are complicated after witnessing his interactions with Mizuki. The mysterious school nurse, Yuriko Takeda, and the headmaster, Kuji Ryuzuji, are also highlighted, with hints about their ambiguous natures and roles in the unfolding events. A flowchart titled Mizuki's Story visually maps out her narrative path. The guide explains that the initial stages of the game are shared between Mizuki's and Mio's routes, up to a certain branching point. It provides a simplified flowchart covering the early locations like the prologue, shrine, geotechnics, Takuya's room, and the front of the school, guiding players through the critical opening segment before the stories diverge significantly. The reviewer emphasizes how seemingly small choices early on can dramatically alter the narrative's direction, much like a minor adjustment in a golf swing affects the ball far away. This page continues the in-depth strategy guide for A Girl Who Chants Love at the Bound of This World, specifically diving deeper into the path following Mizuki Kana, titled A Request from a Former Lover. It provides crucial tactical information to navigate her storyline effectively. A detailed strategy flowchart breaks down key event triggers and character encounters unique to this route. It maps out required visits to locations like the rooftop, hall, and coast, detailing interactions with characters such as Eriko, Ryuzuji, Mizuki herself, and others like Ayumi and Kaori. The guide points out specific conditions, like needing to pass through the hall twice for an event, or one significant event that only occurs during the initial playthrough of this section. Complementing the flowchart is a collection of useful strategy advice, featuring an indispensable map of Sakaicho Town and Sakaicho Academy. This simplified navigation tool highlights all the places you can visit, including areas around the protagonist's home like the father's study and living room, school locations like the hall and rooftop, and town spots such as geotechnics and the coast. It serves as a quick reference to understand the connections between different areas and plan your movement efficiently. Additional tips are provided via small screenshot captions, demonstrating useful shortcuts and specific movement rules within the game world. This page is packed with practical advice to ensure you don't miss critical events or get lost while pursuing Mizuki's story. This guide expands the strategy, detailing event sequences and branching paths across locations like the rooftop, school, mansion, and infirmary. It clarifies critical branching points, particularly Point F, where obtaining the wooden sword is crucial for Mizuki's story. The order of visits in Point G typically doesn't matter, except when specific sequences lead to a different route. The guide advises thorough investigation of locations, focusing on clicking on icons to trigger event flags when stuck. It also suggests using the jewel item and exploring areas like the shrine and coast. Subsequent playthroughs allow skipping previously seen scenes. This page continues the strategy guide for a girl who chants love at the bound of this world. Delving into more specific event sequences and locations. The main section details Takuya's interaction with Ryuzuji, explaining how Takuya agrees to help Meiko investigate him due to his recent erratic behavior. The guide highlights obtaining the 20-page document, noting it can be found in a plant bed if you missed it earlier. It also points out a shortcut for leaving the house when Meiko blocks the main exit via the living room, suggesting you can interact with Meiko multiple times in the living room for extra dialogue. A crucial section focuses on acquiring the golden key after a dialogue with Ryuzuji near his mansion. The guide strongly advises against giving the key to Ryuzuji when prompted. Choosing to keep it is essential to obtain the silver medal, an item required for Meiko's story route. A flowchart maps out a sequence of events involving encounters at various locations like Geotechnics, the coast, school, Central Town, and Ryuzuji's mansion, featuring interactions with characters like Meiko, Kaname, and a recurring bodycon woman's. Screenshots show Meiko examining documents, Ryuzuji during a conversation, the acquired golden key, and the critical dialogue choice regarding the key. This page introduces the next major section of Azazel, Panzer Dragoon RPG, known internationally as Panzer Dragoon Saga. The focus is on the treacherous Garil Desert, highlighting a powerful, fierce beast that appears there. The article delves into specific areas within the desert region, including the Azure Oasis and the Blue Ruins, detailing that these locations are home to various aggressive life forms and traps. A key enemy highlighted is the Hyuga, described as an incredibly formidable foe in the Garil Desert area. A brief story recap explains Edge and Gash's journey so far, following the Craymen fleet, with Gash's extensive knowledge proving vital. They've navigated challenging areas like the Worm's Lair, only to face the harsh desert environment ahead. The main event discussed is the battle against the Hyuga, which possesses transformation abilities and pushes Edge and Gash into a perilous situation. Screenshots showcase different moments in the game, including Edge riding the dragon in various environments, and views of aggressive life forms encountered. The page also provides details about the Japanese release, noting it's published by SEGA, was scheduled for release on January 29, 1998, priced at 6,800 yen, comes on 4 Cradroms, and supports the analog mission stick controller. A special report indicates the game is 90% complete. The next page continues the journey through the Garil Desert in Panzer Dragoon Saga, detailing specific challenges and areas. It describes the Azure Oasis, a beautiful but stark area, with few signs of life beyond dangerous creatures, and a save point. The article revisits the Worm's Lair, revealing a crucial step. Saving a young worm grants you the high Vulcan weapon part, which boosts your ammo capacity, highlighting the importance of side objectives. Several aggressive desert lifeforms are introduced, including Satura and Procchio. Tactics are briefly mentioned, like hitting Satura's weak back point and waiting for Procchio to expose its own. A puzzle involving ancient ruins is explained. Destroying 2 ruins in the desert causes a massive tornado to appear, revealing the entrance to an underground cavern, which serves as the desert's exit. A major highlight is the reveal of a new opening movie that sheds light on Crayman's motives. His operation involves triggering a large explosion beneath the imperial capital, suggesting his ambition extends beyond merely pursuing Edge and the Empire, potentially targeting the Emperor himself. Finally, the page emphasizes the difficulty of the Hyuga boss battle, noting its transformations and powerful attacks require careful positioning to overcome, underscoring it as the primary challenge of this desert area. This article explores the Garil Desert section of Panzer Dragoon Saga, focusing on gameplay and story progression. A key challenge is the Hyuga boss battle, a multi-stage fight requiring strategic positioning and cautious play. The article details Hyuga's transformations, from the weaker HYSHU to the devastating complete form. Following the desert, Edge and Gash part ways after fulfilling their promise, with Edge's dragon evolving visually. The narrative then shifts to a caravan, where Edge will interact with voiced characters and engage in item trading, introducing RPG elements. The article also introduces the 7th Emperor, who despite setbacks, remains confident and orders the Grig Orig, a powerful imperial flagship, to pursue Craymen, setting the stage for future conflicts. This page dives into Chapter 3 of the official Panzer Dragoon Saga serialization, focusing on the Imperial forces Edge will face. It highlights how the Empire's dominance was secured by mastering old-world anti-gravity technology and developing powerful weapons, including lasers. We get a closer look at Craymen's Black Fleet, described as a force representing the peak of old-world technology, led by a key figure from the Academy Research Institute. Their ships are literally black, hence the name. The Small Craft Edition section details various Imperial aircraft. The standard fighter shown is the Jinku, which is used by Craymen's fleet, and is presented as an improved model descended from earlier designs like the Kalura and Deepa. The Kalura is noted as the Empire's first mass-produced single-seat fighter. Other types like the Yasha for night combat, the lightweight Gandharva, and the twine-engine Garuda are also mentioned. Images show the Jinku in formation, a Kalura, and other strange craft like the Ashura and Jandapa. Finally, the This Week's Topics section includes a shock scoop detailing a scene from the game's opening demo. It shows Edge fighting creatures with a gun, but more importantly, Azel is right there with him. They appear to be cooperating to escape. An accompanying image shows them together on what is clearly an old-world flying machine, piloted by Azazel, while Edge seems focused on staying balanced. This raises exciting questions about how Edge and Azazel's relationship will unfold and what Craymen's next moves will be. This Main Ship Edition explores the Imperial Force's capital ships and patrol craft in Panzer Dragoon Saga. The aerial battleship Varuna, a versatile mass-produced vessel, is highlighted, with slight visual differences from Craymen's fleet versions. The missile boat, a smaller, heavily armed craft using old-world missiles, is also detailed. The large battleship Nakara, a returning formidable foe, is mentioned, alongside the new night patrol boat Doruva, designed for reconnaissance. The sheer power of a fleet of Varunas renders surrounding nations defenseless. The page also reinforces the Jinku fighters' presence across fleet compositions. The next installment promises an in-depth look at the main characters, Edge, Azazel, and Craymen, and their interconnected relationships. This page announces the development of Dragon Force 2. Following the ending of the previous game by over 50 years, the world depicted is the stage for this new entry in the series. To celebrate this announcement, SEGA is holding a character profile submission contest for the 6 characters shown, A to F. Players are invited to think of profiles for these characters, covering their name, personality, profession, and a battle opening line. The page shows 2 character illustrations. Character A, a young man in armor holding a sword, and Character B, a woman, in a military-style uniform. For the contest, the criteria for each category are detailed. Name. Think of a suitable name reflecting the character's image, within 7 characters. Hiragana and katakana are fine. Voiced consonants count as 1 character. Personality. This influences the character's actions. Simple descriptions are fine, like clumsy but straightforward. Words. A battle opening line for the character's unit, within 18 characters and 3 lines. Profession. There are 8 professions that determine character abilities, referencing a list on a different page. Winners for each character will be selected by the developers. The prize is a special illustration panel, signed by the Dragon Force, 2 character designer, and voice actor. Copyright for submitted characters belongs to SEGA Enterprises. At the bottom, it lists SEGA as the publisher, indicates a planned summer release, an undecided price, the genre as simulation, and a target audience of all ages. Dragon Force 2 is hosting a character creation contest, with submissions accepted from November 28, 1997 to December 31, 1997. Contestants are invited to design a profile for one of 6 characters, AF. Submissions must include the character's name, personality, profession, battle opening line, and the entrant's name, address, and age. Multiple entries are allowed, with 1 character per submission. The page outlines available professions: warrior, spirit user, female only, magician, archer, samurai, dancer, female only, martial artist, and beast warrior. These professions offer a wide variety of playstyles, allowing for diverse character concepts. This page features Welcome to Pia Carrot, a popular dating simulation series known for its somewhat unique setting. Originally a hit on PC, it was ported to PCFX, and is now coming to the SEGA Saturn. Fans of the series are likely excited, as it consistently ranked high in desired ports. The Saturn version promises new characters and exclusive events not seen in the original. Notably, all dialogue for the female characters is fully voiced, which the developers say increases the emotional connection. The game revolves around a part-time job at a family restaurant called Summer Vacation Family Restaurant. Your romantic interests are the waitresses and customers you encounter there. Success in romance depends on your efforts and enhancing your own charm. The page also notes that despite its niche premise, the series has a strong fan base, and a sequel was recently released, on another platform presumably. The game is presented as a special report, indicating 20% completion, and is recommended for players aged 18 and over. The large illustration shows a character in a waitress uniform, while a smaller image depicts another character outside the restaurant setting. This page delves into the narrative setup for Welcome to Pia Carrot. After failing a bet with his father over school grades, the protagonist loses his planned summer trip and is forced to work at the family restaurant. Pia Carrot! This unexpected turn of events forms the core of the gameplay. The page introduces two key heroines. First is Shoko Inababa, a cheerful junior from the same school who volunteers to work alongside the protagonist, seemingly harboring feelings for him beyond just a senior. Then there's Satomi Morihara, the protagonist's childhood friend. She's portrayed as a bright, athletic, and popular girl who appears to share a mutual interest with the protagonist, despite occasionally teasing him. The article also notes that in-game event scenes primarily feature static illustrations, though some include animation to add depth. This page continues the introduction to Welcome to Pia Carrot, quote, highlighting the unexpected positive environment of the part-time job the protagonist is forced into. The gameplay focuses on strategically deciding work shifts, as the chosen tasks directly impact character stats and provide opportunities to interact with specific heroines. Balancing skill development with building relationships is key. The page introduces three more characters. Kawaii Yukiko is presented as a quiet, ordinary girl, though the description hints at hidden depths. She works as a cashier, is initially shy but becomes friendly, and enjoys reading. Kokubo Reika is the friendly and cheerful older sister figure who has worked at the restaurant the longest. She is proactive in romance and frequently approaches the protagonist, favoring flashy clothing. Kanazuki Shiho is the sharp and beautiful manager who oversees most of the restaurant's operations. Despite a calm demeanor, she is surprisingly easygoing but strict about work, also handling the training of part-timers. A notable feature discussed is the ability to select your preferred waitress uniform from 3 different styles at the start of the game, a choice that cannot be changed later. The page also briefly touches on how event scenes from the original version were arranged for the Saturn port, a common consideration for adult titles brought to console platforms. This page continues the deep dive into Welcome to Pia Carrot, quote, shifting focus from the restaurant itself to the unexpected places where romance might bloom. The gameplay involves venturing out during free time to find and interact with the heroines, emphasizing that successful encounters require effort and exploring various locations outside of work. The page introduces 3 more key characters you'll encounter. First is Imai Saori, a junior student often seen with a sports bag. She has a somewhat quiet and melancholic air about her. She can be quite reserved, making interaction a bit challenging initially. Next is Kitagawa Kiyomi, the protagonist's slightly clumsy cousin, who is also his teacher, having just graduated college. Despite her position, she still retains some student-like qualities, and is involved in advising on grades and future paths. Lastly, we meet Tachibana Yukari, a pure and innocent girl who works part-time at Pia Carrot. Originally a hidden character in the PC version, she's extremely shy and introverted, with a passion for collecting stuffed animals. A helpful gameplay mechanic highlighted here is the support from your sister, who provides valuable hints about the girls, including their preferences, aiding your romantic pursuits. The page also teases an additional character exclusive to this SEGA Saturn version, adding new possibilities for players familiar with the original game. This port seems to be expanding the experience significantly beyond the confines of the restaurant. This page is all about the explosive crossover fighter, X-Men vs. Street Fighter. It serves as a strategy guide for players looking to dominate in versus battles. The page features a dynamic illustration showcasing a large cast of characters from both the Marvel X-Men universe and the Street Fighter series, like Wolverine, Magneto, Cyclops, Ryu, Ken, and Chun-Li. The focus here is on the core mechanics of the game, particularly the tag battle system, which allows for exciting strategies not seen before. It provides fundamental fighting advice applicable to all characters. There are dedicated sections offering strategic tips, including making effective use of special moves and highlighting characters considered versatile. The guide mentions covering basic strategies and how to establish your own fighting style. with promises to delve deeper into complex combo techniques in future issues. Screenshots scattered throughout the page demonstrate intense in-game action, showcasing characters like Ryu executing a Hadoken and Zangief grappling Cyclops. It's clear this guide aims to give players a solid foundation to jump into the chaotic and fun world of tag team fighting. This page dives deeper into the nuances of X-Men vs. Street Fighter on the Saturn, highlighting two key features exclusive to this version and offering specific character strategies. First up, a cool hidden element allows you to form a tag team with two of the same character. Simply clearing the game once unlocks this quirky option, leading to potentially chaotic but fun matches, like 4 Rias duking it out. Secondly, the Saturn version gives every character 4 different color options, selectable via button presses. This is a welcome addition, providing visual variety for players and making those same character tag matches less confusing. Beyond these features, the page offers initial strategy breakdowns for specific fighters. Ken's section focuses on his reliable ground game, utilizing dashes and special moves like the Shoryuken for destructive finishes. Wolverine's guide emphasizes his speed and ability to chain normal attacks together effectively, recommending a fast-paced approach. Chun-Li's section highlights her unique mobility, particularly her air dash and multi-jump, positioning her as a strong aerial combatant with tricky movement options. The guide provides basic inputs and pointers for these characters, giving players a starting point for mastering their distinctive styles. This guide delves into advanced tag battle mechanics and character strategies for X-Men vs. Street Fighter. Teamwork is crucial, with the variable attack enabling strategic character swaps for health regeneration. However, returning a character with red health to the match will cancel their recovery. Variable combinations, Team Supers, using combined hyper combos, are highlighted for dealing significant damage. The guide also covers using invincibility frames during tag-ins to evade attacks. Tag-ins can be cancelled from normal attacks, allowing for combo extensions. Character-specific strategies are then presented. Chun-Li benefits from aerial mobility. Gambit utilizes versatile special moves, and Storm's aerial dominance and projectile capabilities are emphasized. The guide underscores the importance of understanding these mechanics to maximize team synergy and individual character strengths. This page continues the X-Men vs. Street Fighter guide, diving into the crucial topic of mastering combos, particularly the aerial rave system. If you want to win, you absolutely have to get this down. The guide breaks down the aerial rave into 4 essential steps: hitting with an attack that launches the opponent, following them with a super jump, executing a chain combo while airborne, and finally finishing with a special move or hyper combo. It also explains the fundamental rules of combos in this game. Essentially, they work when your opponent is in a state where they can't block. The guide covers starting combos from different situations, like following up on knockdown opponents or throws with pursuit attacks. Beyond the general mechanics, it offers character-specific tips. Gambit, while perhaps not the king of simple chains, has powerful options, and the guide suggests specific routes involving launch attacks and follow-ups. Magneto is highlighted for his aerial prowess, recommending players aggressively attack from the air using his speed and strong aerial normals, often canceling into special moves like the magnetic blast. Alcime gets love too, showing his reach and speed with long normals and how he can integrate aerial attacks, even noting his yoga fire is great for control due to its low recovery. Understanding these character nuances within the combo system is key to maximizing damage and pressure. The next page continues the guide for X-Men vs. Street Fighter, shifting focus to strategic combat principles beyond just chaining combos. It emphasizes the importance of knowing when to counterattack after blocking an opponent's rushdown, stating that simply defending isn't enough. The guide points out opportunities for effective reversals and stresses, that recognizing these moments is vital for turning the tide. Different attack strategies are covered, starting with ground combat. Dash attacks are highlighted as a key tool, offering guard points during the dash and easy transitions into chain combos or launching attacks for aerial raves. The discussion then moves to aerial combat, focusing on utilizing air chain combos and dash attacks from the air. The guide notes that success in aerial offense depends heavily on the player's ability to react correctly, based on whether the attack hits, is blocked, or misses. The page includes character-specific strategy tips. Akuma is discussed, noting his reliance on powerful moves but also his vulnerability to being guarded and comboed. His Raging Demon is mentioned as a crucial, high-risk high reward option. Zangief's section focuses on his iconic screw pile driver, highlighting its reach and damage, and suggests utilizing it to punish jumping opponents. His double lariat and hyper combos like the final atomic buster are also mentioned as useful tools. Screenshots throughout the page illustrate these concepts, showing characters like Akuma and Zangief executing their signature moves and demonstrating attack sequences. This page continues the strategy guide for X-Men vs. Street Fighter, focusing on the crucial process of landing combos in actual matches rather than just practice. It highlights that opportunities for combos arise frequently, and skilled players actively create these chances. Various counterattack scenarios are discussed. From mid-air, using air chain combos or attacking upon landing are effective. Cross-up attacks are recommended to confuse the opponent and increase the chance of hitting. The guide also emphasizes punishing opponent errors, whether it's a failed rushdown attempt at close range or a whiffed move from a distance. Reacting quickly to these openings is key. Character-specific strategies are detailed. For Cammy, her high mobility and air chain combos are paramount, leading into aerial raves. Rogue's power drain move is highlighted for its ability to steal opponent abilities, best utilized immediately after absorption, and standard ground/air chain combos are her bread and butter. Cyclops' Gene Splice is noted for its unique property of hitting crouching opponents, with the Fierce version dealing significant damage. His close-range tactics, like Dash Light Punch into Crouching Fierce Punch, are also mentioned as tricky but rewarding. Finally, a bonus section encourages players to delve into the backgrounds of the X-Men characters by reading comics or related material, revealing interesting facts not found in the game manual, such as Storm's past or Magneto's complex nature. This page presents Shining Force 2, I Scenario 1, Outpost of the Giant, the initial chapter in the ambitious three-part epic, told from distinct viewpoints. This first scenario centers on Synbios, a young protagonist from the Republic. The page confirms the game's release date in Japan as December 11, 1997, priced at 4,800 yen, categorizing it as a simulation RPG for a single player, suitable for all ages. It provides a look at the tactical combat system, highlighting two specific battlefield examples. One involving unpredictable enemy appearances from tombs, and another centered around combat near moving trains, where controlling positions around the railway is crucial for tactical advantage. Screenshots showcase the game's environments and strategic battle setup. The main artwork features Synbios and other characters, hinting at the scale of the conflict and the giant structures referenced in the title. Shining Force 2 Eyes Chapter 1, Nightmare of the Sea City Saraband, sees tensions between the Espina Republic and Destonia Empire. Synbios, the Republic's hero, is sent to Saraband ahead of a peace conference, tasked by his king to observe the city's complexities. The game utilizes a synchronicity system, experiencing the story through three protagonists, guided by Ishaya Kot and Akyu. The antagonists, the Pulzaram Faith, seek dominion, led by Goliath and Basanda. The main heroes include Synbios, Midian, and Julian. Scenario 1 features Synbios and initial party members, Dantars, Masculine, and Grace, with their starting stats, abilities, and equipment detailed. Figel, a cleric with transformation abilities, is also introduced. This document details Saraband in Shining Force 3 Scenario 1, providing a map and key locations within its three districts: West, Republic; Central, Commercial; and East, Imperial. Synbios, with Dantars and others, is on an intelligence-gathering mission before a peace conference, focusing on the Imperial lodgings. The text introduces key figures: Tyranny, Republic Lord; Equal, Republic General; Blybubble, Saraband Governor; Grantak, Imperial General; Medion, Dragonute-like figure; and Campbell, Knight. Screenshots showcase character interactions, conference-related meetings, a battle in the East District, and Synbios' farewell to Medion. The West and East Districts have strong military presences. A specific event restricts movement in the East District. The Central District, the commercial area, has limited shops due to the conference. Acquirable items include herb, healing water, poison herb, cut flowers, and angel wing. The next page details the peer battle in Shining Force 3 Scenario 1. Following the incident in Saraband, Veneratrim is falsely accused of kidnapping the Emperor. To prove his innocence, he needs to escape via the pier, drawing enemy attention while the party protects a key witness, Garouche, a Saraband guard. This battle is a defense mission where you must protect Garouche and Hayward, another NPC, from the attacking forces led by heretic monks. The enemies include the heretic monk boss who can cast Hellblast magic, standard heretic monks with swords, fast-moving bats capable of poison attack, and destructible barrels that drop items. The Emperor and his captors will retreat after 2 turns, but the focus is on keeping the witnesses alive. A significant element highlighted is a story branching point. Successfully rescuing Garouche will clear Benaratrim's name and add Garouche to your force. Failing to rescue him leads to a different, less favorable outcome for Benaratrim. The page also teases new gameplay mechanics. Screenshots show a thought bubble appearing above a character, the meaning of which is yet unknown, suggesting potential status effects or actions. Crucially, the status screen now includes a friendship option, implying a relationship system among characters that likely influences their performance or interactions in battle, and the story, adding depth to the tactical RPG gameplay. This page dives deep into the trial version of the acclaimed sound novel game, Machi, Acoustic Shock. It specifically breaks down the scenario for one of the protagonists, Masashi, highlighting the mystery of the Shichiukai organization he gets involved with. The article features a strategy flowchart for Masashi's route, illustrating the timeline of events, critical choices, potential bad ends, and how his path can connect to the scenarios of other characters like Ryuji, Yoshiko, and Yohei. It emphasizes that the choices you make are key, as selecting the right actions allows you to progress and potentially avoid unfavorable outcomes or transition to another character's storyline. The concept of influence on other scenarios is noted, underscoring the interconnected nature of the game's multiple narrative threads. Visuals include screenshots showing live-action footage from the game, depicting scenes like conversations on a rooftop, bustling city streets, and a cafe interior. Character portraits are also shown alongside the bad endpoints and scenario transitions on the flowchart, representing the characters whose paths you might cross or transition to. This page serves as a guide to understanding the branching narrative and impactful choices inherent in Machuchi's unique gameplay structure, using the trial version as a starting point for exploration. This guide focuses on key branching points in the Machi, Acoustic Shock trial version, particularly in Masashi's storyline. It highlights the Zap system, which allows players to jump between characters to gather tips and progress, especially at 1140, Beef's scenario, and 1310, Yoshiko's scenario. Failing to do so, such as waiting for Yohei at 1550, results in bad endings. The guide also stresses the impact of choices on other characters' storylines, emphasizing the game's interconnected narrative. Decisions like making phone calls or using elevators can trigger negative outcomes elsewhere. The text concludes with promotion of a trial version giveaway and a Q&A with the director, showcasing the game's unique structure and encouraging players to explore its intricate web of characters and stories, illustrated with screenshots from the live-action game. This page features the SEGA Saturn title, The Kindaichi Case Files, Hoshimijima Island, The Sad Revenge Demon. The main illustration showcases the core cast, including the protagonist Kindaichi, his childhood friend Miyuki, and likely Inspector Akechi and others from the popular detective series. The game, developed by Hudson Soft, is an adventure title slated for release on January 15, 1998, priced at 5,800 yen, and recommended for all ages. The text describes a plot rooted in a showbiz scandal and a revenge scheme that tests Kindaichi's deductive abilities. It highlights new visual elements unique to the Saturn version. A notable feature mentioned is the game's animated opening sequence, which is sung by Mayumi Izuka, the voice actress for Miyuki Nanase, adding to the immersive experience. Several small screenshots are also displayed, showing in-game scenes and character portraits, including one with a character named Takuya, shouting, "Die!" This page serves as a preview, generating excitement for the game's release, and its unique visual and auditory features on the platform. This page delves deeper into the exclusive visuals found only in the Saturn version of the Kindaichi Case Files, Hoshimijima Island, The Sad Revenge Demon. It specifically highlights secret visuals for popular characters Reika Hayami and Miyuki Nanase, which the developers included for dedicated players. Getting to see Reika's swimsuit scene and Miyuki's special visuals requires careful navigation of the game's choices, avoiding game overs. The article features screenshots showing Reika in a bikini during a photo shoot and Miyuki in various playful or suggestive poses. Kindaichi himself is quoted expressing excitement about uncovering these service shots. Perhaps most surprising is the section dedicated to Inspector Akechi, teasing a scene that would appeal to his fans, including a visual of him seemingly shirtless in a locker room, a moment unexpected by manga readers. The page emphasizes that these unique visuals are a reward for persistent players. Additional screenshots at the bottom showcase more scenes from the game, giving a glimpse into its presentation. This page dives deeper into the Takuya storyline in the Kindaichi case files. Hoshimijima Island, the sad revenge demon, specifically focusing on the execution of his revenge plan aboard a luxury cruise ship. It kicks off by summarizing Takuya's motive, driven by the death of his fiancée, Yubuko, and his resolve to strike back during the stargazing tour. The game puts you in Takuya's shoes, maneuvering around the ship, gathering information, and interacting with passengers and crew to set up the perfect crime. Screenshots show different character portraits you'll encounter, from suspicious individuals to familiar faces like Kindaichi and Miyuki. Key moments in the plot are highlighted, including Takuya successfully drugging Ken, but then facing a crucial failure when Kindaichi spots a missing shirt button, forcing a tense retrieval mission. Checkpoints point to interactive sequences or crucial choices, such as acquiring a master key from the captain, or deciding where to hide when Ken's room is unexpectedly entered. An exciting feature highlighted is the ability to reproduce iconic tricks from the original Kindaichi manga. The door straddle from the first manga case is shown as a timing-based action segment, while the hanging up trick from the Opera House case is presented as a difficult maneuver players can attempt, noting it's quite a challenge, especially as performed by a female character in this context compared to the mangas. These sections emphasize the blend of visual novel storytelling and interactive gameplay. The next stage of Takuya's plan in the Kindaichi case files. Hoshimijima Island is detailed, revealing his actions at the hotels. He's supported by familiar figures from past cases, offering guidance. Takuya aims to frame Akiko and must obtain a master key through a timed sequence. The primary obstacle is Kindaichi's intellect, requiring Takuya to completely deceive him. A crucial item, cellophane tape, allows him to tamper with a key, giving him access to a room. An unforeseen murder complicates the plan initially, but ultimately benefits Takuya by shifting suspicion. He plants evidence to implicate Akiko, and the situation evolves favorably due to the new murder. The next page features a significant preview for Galaxy Fraulein Yuna 3, Lightning Angel, a tactical adventure game. Prominently displaying the title Yuna 3, the page presents key information just before the game's release, along with a battle manual. A special report indicates the game is 100% complete. The article details the game's genre, release date, and price, confirming it as a tactical adventure recommended for all ages. The content includes insights into the game's battle system, describing it as essential for mastering the gameplay, potentially focusing on strategies to efficiently defeat enemies without taking damage. Visuals include stunning artwork of the main characters and a screenshot showcasing the tactical battle grid, where players command units against foes. The page serves as a crucial pre-launch guide, preparing players for the strategic challenges and the appearance of the true enemy, the Dark Emperor. This page continues the deep dive into Galaxy Fraulein Yuna 3, Lightning Angel, focusing on the main antagonist. The large title declares the strongest enemy standing in the way, the Mechanized Emperor. This powerful foe is described as the supreme authority of the Mechanized Empire, responsible for a legendary battle that once split the universe. Unlike their previous defeat, they are now meticulously preparing for galactic conquest. The article introduces the Emperor's formidable strength and cunning, highlighting their vast military power and the clever traps they set for Yuna and her companions. We see a striking visual of the Mechanized Emperor, a mysterious figure with a dark cloak and a distinctive headpiece, described as giving off a feminine aura in the opening sequence, though their expression is unclear. The text questions when Yuna will finally face this imposing figure directly, noting that the initial encounters are primarily with the Emperor's high-ranking subordinates, like the Six Flowers and Four Heavenly Kings. A notable scoop reveals that early production copies of Yuna 3 will come with a special trading card, a promotional version of a Yuna trading card set scheduled for release in the spring. The card itself is shown featuring 3 popular characters in swimsuits, emphasizing the charm of the game's character designer. This bonus is sure to excite fans looking forward to the game's release, which is just 1 week away. This page serves as a foundational battle manual for Galaxy Fraulein Yuna 3, Lightning Angel, getting players ready to jump into the action right away. It kicks off by outlining the game's 3 core modes: the adventure part, the long-range map, and the simulation part. The adventure part progresses much like previous Yuna titles, resembling a digital comic with limited choices. The long-range map is where you navigate between chapters, initiating battles when you reach specific locations. Crucially, you're advised to stock up on items and save before heading into conflict. The heart of the gameplay lies in the simulation part, a tactical combat mode against the mechanized empire, where objectives vary by mission. Units gain experience, level up, and learn new abilities here. The guide then delves into the specifics of combat, explaining key character stats like HP, EP, various attack and defense values, movement, and speed, which determines turn order. It also details the 3 primary attack methods: close range for adjacent foes, long range for distant targets, and line attacks for multiple enemies lined up, each with their own strengths. A character named Yuri also weighs in, emphasizing that choices made in the adventure part can impact access to stages or characters, and highlights the critical role of speed in determining the flow of battle turns. The page provides screenshots illustrating the map, character stats, and battle interface, offering practical visual examples of the systems discussed. This page dives deeper into the tactical combat of Galaxy Fraulein Yuna 3, offering strategies to minimize damage and achieve higher mission ranks. It emphasizes the importance of movement, advising players to position units carefully to avoid being attacked from behind, as rear attacks are generally the most effective. The guide details the available actions: attacking, using skills, and utilizing items, noting that items, particularly for recovery, are vital and need to be purchased. Avoiding counterattacks is highlighted, suggesting long-range attacks or flanking enemies to strike from behind. Terrain effects are crucial, impacting unit performance, and players are encouraged to use them to their advantage by checking the terrain details with the cursor. Yuri provides a helpful tip, explaining that experience points aren't only gained through attacking. Using support skills like healing also grants XP, allowing characters focused on recovery to level up. The page also briefly touches on managing unit levels, suggesting maps with less combat are good for leveling up weaker units. Finally, it introduces the initial playable characters available early in the game: Yuna, Yuri, Shiori, and Mai, briefly outlining their key stats and combat styles, like Yuna's speed and versatility, Yuri's healing skill, and Mai's high HP and mobility. This page is a feature showcasing the work of popular artist Yoshiyuki Sadamoto, known for character designs and illustrations on major anime titles. The article highlights his career trajectory, from his initial work on the film Royal Space Force, The Wings of Hanyamais, up to his latest hit, Neon Genesis Evangelion. It specifically introduces a recently released collection containing 116 of his illustrations, focusing on Evangelion. The page displays several key illustrations, including one of Asuka and Shinji, a rarely seen early illustration of Rei in a plug suit from the Imageboard collection, a striking illustration featuring the main cast and EVA Unit 01, and one of Misato Katsuragi. The commentary notes that Sadamoto's illustrations related to Evangelion often feature abstract expressions that don't strictly follow the anime's narrative. The featured images span different releases and publications from the mid to late 90s, giving a glimpse into the prolific output of this influential artist during the height of Evangelion's popularity. This page features a digital illustration collection from Gainax, highlighted as the magnum opus of artist Yoshiyuki Sadamoto, known for his character designs on major anime titles. The software is presented as an interactive art book for the SEGA Saturn, showcasing 116 of Sadamoto's illustrations. The collection includes works from iconic Gainax productions, such as Royal Space Force, The Wings of Hanyamais, Nadia, The Secret of Blue Water, and Neon Genesis Evangelion. The page showcases example illustrations, including one featuring multiple characters, a beach scene likely from Nadia, a space-themed piece possibly related to Royal Space Force, and another illustration titled Primavera. The software offers 3 viewing modes to explore the art: a standard mode allowing users to zoom in on details, a slideshow mode that displays the illustrations consecutively with background music, and a movie mode featuring commentary by Sadamoto himself, providing insights into the artwork and concepts. This setup allows fans to deeply engage with Sadamoto's extensive body of work from various popular Gainax series in a digital format. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn port of Atelier Marie. The Alchemist of Solberg, highlighting how it's shaping up to be the definitive version. The biggest draw, according to the magazine, is the significant addition of new events that weren't in the original PlayStation release, promising to fully round out Marie's world. They mention 4 confirmed new events so far, featuring unique character interactions that deepen the experience, and hint that even more might be hidden away. The report gives a 100% completion stamp specifically regarding the event content. You can see screenshots showing events both inside Marie's bustling workshop and outside in the town. There are also character illustrations, notably featuring the burly weapon shop owner, Oyaji, who gets a recurring event about making hair tonic and is apparently quite concerned about baldness. A fun character detail. The page confirms the game is set to release on December 1st for 5,800 yen and is recommended for all ages. The article notes that with the release just 2 weeks away, they are finally laying out the differences between the Saturn and PlayStation versions, emphasizing that the port is highly complete and, with the added elements, represents a great value. The bold text at the bottom really drives this home, asking rhetorically if the Saturn version isn't such a good deal. The next page continues its look at the SEGA Saturn version of Atelier Marie, The Alchemist of Solberg, detailing the significant new content added beyond the original PlayStation release. It highlights several specific new events, such as one featuring Kreis, asking Marie to create a living broom, and hinting at Marie's blunt personality. Another event involves a fallen star, promising an enjoyable conversation with Shigeya. There's also a dramatic encounter with a rare 1,000-year-old turtle, where obtaining its shell requires a difficult choice. The page also introduces new minigames, specifically mentioning a thinking-type puzzle game related to the item encyclopedia. In this timed game, a chibi version of Marie navigates obstacles and enemies to sort items, requiring strategy and precision. Finally, the Saturn version leverages the console's internal clock, allowing for messages that change based on the time of day or specific dates, and includes varied voice lines from Marie, adding further immersion and replayability. These additions collectively make the Saturn port a substantially expanded and enhanced experience. This page previews the romance adventure game Friends by NEC Interchannel. The game explores middle school memories and relationships, centered around conversations with a character named Yosuke. The setting appears to be Ward Cherry 3rd Middle School, 38th term. The game is a one-player experience, with the release date and price listed as undecided at the time. The page features several character illustrations and screenshots from the game. It introduces characters like Midori, describing her appearance and past relationship with Yosuke, noting that they dated in high school but quickly broke up. It also highlights Mizuho, revealing she was the protagonist's secret crush in middle school, and suggesting the class reunion might be an opportunity to confess feelings. Makoto is also featured, described as a former tennis club member and librarian who is now working as a model, leading to speculation about what caused such a transformation. The content suggests the game will delve into reconnecting with these characters and uncovering how time has changed them since their middle school days. This page focuses on the romance adventure game class Reunion, Dosokai, highlighting the completion of its prologue. The game is noted for its use of full-spec motion, emphasizing high-quality animation to capture subtle expressions and movements, bringing the characters to life. The central premise revolves around a class reunion, providing a setting for the protagonist to reconnect with former classmates and explore past relationships. Featured characters include Shizuka, who was notoriously unsociable in middle school, but surprisingly decides to attend the reunion, prompting questions about what might have caused her change and why she's participating now. The page also touches upon the relationship between the protagonist and his childhood friend, Ayu. Despite their long history making it difficult for the protagonist to see her romantically, a comment from Yosuke suggests that Ayu's presence might have prevented the protagonist from finding a girlfriend, causing him to reflect on their bond. The game seems poised to explore the emotional complexities of revisiting middle school connections and discovering how people have evolved over time. This page introduces Pro Yaku Team Wotsukuru. Let's make a pro baseball team. A sports management simulation game focused on building your own professional baseball team. The page highlights that instantaneous drama unfolds on the ground, and notes that the game is supervised by former MLB pitcher Hideo Nomo. Featured is a special report indicating the game is being developed by SEGA, targeting a February 1998 release with a current completion level of 82%. Key features include being a sports training simulation, the possibility of password battles, and being recommended for all ages. A significant portion of the page is dedicated to the crucial role of scouting in identifying and acquiring new talent, stating that discerning the qualities of new players is the scout's job. It discusses the process of acquiring players, which involves scouting, the draft, trading, and recruiting foreign players. This system appears to be central to building a strong team. The game is officially licensed by the Japanese Professional Baseball Organization and its 12 teams, whose names are listed on the page. This page continues the guide for Pro Yakyū Team Wotsukuru. Let's make a pro baseball team, focusing specifically on the crucial process of scouting for new talent. The guide breaks down the steps involved in finding promising rookies for your team. First, you must select a scout. The guide shows a cheap scout and an expensive scout. Naturally, their abilities differ significantly. The cheap scout is described humorously as perhaps not even knowing baseball, while the expensive scout is a top-tier talent evaluator who considers team needs. Next comes keyword input. You enter keywords to specify the type of player you are looking for. The keywords available depend on the scout's skill level, with the expensive scout offering more detailed and useful options for traits like pitching control or player stamina. After entering keywords, you confirm your selection. The guide warns that demanding too much might mean your expectations aren't met. Finally, the results are revealed. Scouting can lead to success, finding a player who matches your criteria and becomes eligible for the draft, or failure, meaning no suitable player was found based on your request. The quality of the scout directly impacts the potential players found and the likelihood of success. The guide also includes a check note, revealing that domestic scouts will proactively find players periodically, even without specific commands. This page dives into the upcoming horror adventure game, 7 Mansions, Smile of Horror, developed by Koei. Scheduled for a summer '98 release at 7,800 yen, this title is notable for supporting 1 to 2 players. The game is presented as the second installment in the 7 Mansions series, promising a suspenseful experience that breaks away from traditional solo horror. The key innovation highlighted is the pair-con system, pair combination and pair control, which allows for cooperative gameplay where 2 players can work together. This means you're no longer tackling the horrors alone, fostering a shared experience of fear and excitement. The story centers on 2 young lovers, Ippi and Nagisa, who are stranded on the mysterious New Russell Island during a summer vacation. The island is home to a secret research facility linked to a dangerous, twisted plan involving genetic engineering. Driven by fate, the pair must explore the island's creepy locales, including an underground laboratory filled with terrifying monsters, to unravel the mystery and stop the mad scheme. The pair-con system enhances gameplay by enabling actions that require 2 peoples, such as solving puzzles simultaneously by pressing buttons in different locations. The screen can even split to show the actions of both characters when they are separated. This unique approach offers new ways to tackle challenges and adds a layer of strategy and cooperation previously unseen in adventure games. The screenshots show the game's environments and character models, providing a glimpse into the chilling atmosphere awaiting players. This page features a developer interview and expands on the world and characters of Koei's 7 Mansions, Smile of Horror. Producer Masashi Kato discusses the game's development status, noting the scenario is 30% complete and the system 50%, with the overall progress around 40%. He explains the game was delayed until summer '98 to fully polish the scenario and battle system, and to finalize original character designs, targeting a younger audience than the previous entry. The interview highlights the unique pair-con system, designed not just for co-op combat but to foster a sense of unity between players through combined actions, like simultaneous button presses or assisting a partner in trouble. Kato recommends the evil beauty boss character and estimates the playtime at 5 to 10 hours, aiming for a horizontally expansive setting. The game's world is set on a beautiful southern island, where protagonists Ippei and Nagisa are stranded by a storm. They find themselves embroiled in a scientific nightmare centered around a genetic research lab filled with monstrous creatures. The narrative touches on themes of biocomputers and the meaning of life for enhanced beings. Key characters introduced include Ernest McPherson, an imprisoned genetic engineering expert, Christie, who was believed dead, and the young couple Ippei and Nagisa, who must confront a mad plan to save humanity. Screenshots showcase the game's environments, including the lab and a terrifying monster. This page features the highly anticipated adventure game, Riven, the sequel to Myst. The visuals showcase the game's intricate world, with a prominent image of a grand stairway leading up through a cavernous structure under a deep purple sky, and below, a detailed, organic-looking statue, set against a blue sky and ocean. The article delves into the fictional world of Riven, a unique realm with its own distinct ecosystem. It highlights the diverse creatures found within this world, noting their individual characteristics and cultural significance, sometimes serving practical uses, and at other times being objects of worship. The text ponders how these fascinating elements of Riven's world, and the relationship between its inhabitants and creatures, will be woven into the gameplay experience. The Japanese release of Riven is handled by Enix, planned for February 1998, at a price of 7,900 yen. It ships on 5 Creedroms and is designed for single-player gameplay, recommended for all ages. The report emphasizes the game's immersive world and its focus on exploring the intricate details of the Riven Age. This page delves deeper into the unique ecosystem of Riven, focusing on its fascinating creatures and hidden mechanisms. Building upon the previous page's introduction to the world, it asks if people fear or worship the creatures based on their appearance. Specific creatures are highlighted, such as the wark, a feared fish known for its beautiful teeth, with mention of the great wark being hunted possibly to extinction, yet a workroom still exists, posing a mystery. The beetle is described as one of the first creatures the player encounters. It holds a deified status in Riven, reminiscent of the Egyptian scarab, with models and living beetles appearing. The sonar, despite looking like a large dinosaur, is timid and often found in groups in the inlets. They are known to evade humans, but their cries are noted as lovely. The page also teases unseen mysterious mechanisms, showing images of devices like a suspicious trap designed for catching small creatures, and a striking large fish-shaped object. This reinforces the idea that Riven is a world filled with diverse, often enigmatic life forms and secrets waiting to be uncovered. This page introduces the SEGA Saturn adventure game, Himitsu Sentai Metamol V, showcasing the splendid debut of the beauty heroines tasked with defending Earth. Blending elements of magical girl anime and Sentai series, the game centers on 5 elementary school girl warriors with transformation powers who battle alien threats. Highlighted here are 2 key members. The new leader, Shinju Sai, known as Metamol Red, an energetic and just 4th grader appointed to the role, and Metamol Blue, Sayama Natsuki, the boyish and cool sub-leader who is currently inactive after being injured in a past battle. The page features illustrations of the characters in both their transformed and civilian forms, including a look at Metamol Red's powerful signature move, Colored Genesis. This adventure game, recommended for all ages, was anticipated for a spring release. This page continues the feature on the SEGA Saturn adventure game, Himitsu Sentai Metamol V, introducing more members of the titular elementary school Sentai team. We see Minami Yuriko, Metamol Black, a kind and smart girl with a complex about her good nature, who transforms into a cool queen. Also featured is Tomoe Michiko, Metamol Yellow, who is normally serious, clumsy, and slow, but becomes a cute Metamol Yellow after transforming, though she apparently dislikes fighting. The page also shows Takatsuki Kurumi, Metamol Purple, an idol and actress with a mischievous personality that remains even after transformation. The page delves into some secrets of Metamol V, explaining the team's origin. They were formed by the space detective Shatner, disguised as a human doctor, after losing his powers battling aliens. He chose 5 elementary students to become the proxy detectives, Metamol V, to fight the magical aliens. Although the previous leader, Shioji Minami, defeated the aliens, she was injured and transferred, setting the stage for the current story. Another highlight is the new conversation system called Alice. Unlike traditional adventure games where you choose dialogue options, Alice lets you choose a character's emotion, influencing their rapport and altering the story's direction and content as you progress. The article notes that the game is produced by the same staff who created Marika the True World, promising sharp social commentary and sophisticated writing. With dramatic storytelling enhanced by gorgeous voice acting, this game looks to be a compelling adventure. This page introduces the hard-boiled adventure game, Detective Jinguji Saburo, At the End of the Dream, for the SEGA Saturn. Developed by Data East and scheduled for an April 1998 release, this title is the latest in the long-running series that began on the Famicom Disk System. The article highlights the game's progress at 48% completion, and its genre as a hard-boiled adventure for one player. The text notes that while the series has historically relied heavily on scenario and visuals, This Saturn installment aims for even greater depth, featuring enhanced visuals that capture the game's adult atmosphere and music capable of outputting realistic sounds. The game incorporates a new deduction system and an improved version of the series' unique zapping system. A significant part of the story unfolds in Winter, New York, depicting the protagonist, Jinguji, before opening his office in Japan. It teases a dramatic scene involving Jinguji drawing a gun and a dangerous situation where his future indispensable assistant, Yoko, is held at knife point, suggesting this event is a pivotal and scarring memory for Jinguji that sets the stage for the game. This page delves into the core gameplay mechanic of Detective Jinguji Saburo. At the end of the dream, the deduction system. Unlike typical adventure games where the answer is simply chosen from a list, this system requires the player to actively think and deduce the solution by examining various clues like character graphics, message text, and events. The game provides multiple choices, but the player must combine information to arrive at the single correct answer. An example demonstrates this by having the player deduce the identity and purpose of a caller from a snippet of conversation. Based on mentions like the name Yuka and meeting at a coming-of-age ceremony, players deduce aspects like the caller's gender and age relative to Jinguji. Screenshots show selecting the caller's gender, female or male, and the purpose of the call from options such as solicitation, request, or threat. The article notes that, while this example is simple, future deductions will involve more complex reasoning, like figuring out a criminal's trick. If the player chooses incorrectly, they can receive hints from the game's characters to deepen their understanding of the case. The page also features striking artwork, including Jinguji lighting a pipe, a close-up of a crying eye, a grotesque green figure, and a dramatic scene mirroring the description from the previous page, showing Jinguji aiming a gun in a dimly lit room. This artwork emphasizes the game's hard-boiled, mature atmosphere and hints at the unforgettable past mentioned in the prominent vertical text. The next page focuses on the gameplay of Detective Jinguji Saburo. At the end of the dream, introducing a significant new feature called the new zapping system. This system refines the previous game's mechanics by allowing players to switch character perspectives at key branching points in the story. The article explains that by selecting different characters, such as Jinguji or Yoko, players can experience the same events from wildly different viewpoints, leading to scenes that change dramatically depending on who you are controlling. This system not only allows for a deeper understanding of the narrative by seeing all sides of the story, but also significantly enhances replayability, as you can revisit branching points to see how different characters react and progress. Screenshots demonstrate this, showing the game interface from both Jinguji and Yoko's perspectives, complete with character portraits and dialogue choices. The text confirms that the main playable characters in this system are the familiar trio of Jinguji, Yoko, and Kuma-san, with the addition of a guest character. The page is punctuated by striking illustrations reflecting the game's mature, hard-boiled atmosphere, including tense scenes and character close-ups, emphasizing the theme that the past continues into reality. This page is a vibrant advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game Bluebreaker. It promotes the game as a romance role-playing game, featuring the subtitle, "A Smile Rather Than a Sword." The ad announces that the game is now on sale and includes a special bonus for initial purchasers. The artwork showcases the main protagonist, along with a colorful cast of supporting characters, set against a blue background with faint map details. This page introduces the SEGA Saturn adventure game, Come On, Universal Nuts, developed by Layup and recommended for players 18 and older. Releasing on December 18th for 5,800 yen, the game plunges protagonists Yui and Ai into a terrifying mystery. After their ship is damaged by a sudden meteor shower, they are forced to board a seemingly deserted giant ferry. Despite finding evidence of recent activity like a lit cigarette and warm soup, all 188 passengers are gone, leaving only Yui, Ai, and a small handful of other survivors. The game focuses on exploring the empty ship and investigating the baffling disappearance. Clues include a captain's log entry about a glowing comet and hints of a ghost ship legend. Players will make choices that impact the story as they interact with the few other people found aboard, including a politician, his secretary, a doctor, and a technician, each with their own peculiarities and potential secrets. The atmosphere of the page emphasizes the unsettling nature of the abandoned vessel and the looming horror the characters are about to face. The article details the escalating disaster in the SEGA Saturn game. Come on, Universal Nuts! Explosions rock the ferry, communication fails, and safety systems collapse, leaving the player questioning if sabotage is involved. The focus turns to Yui, the player character, and his ability to handle the crisis, with player choices influencing the narrative and A's perception of him. Danger closes in on AI, hinting at a dangerous event. The piece also introduces the game's developer, Layup, established in 1979. They are a multifaceted creative entity involved in design, planning, and production across multiple media. Taiso Ejima highlights their integrated approach, from character design to final product, emphasizing visual storytelling and scenario in adventure games. Layup's modeling division, known for creating merchandise, is also showcased, emphasizing their diverse creative output. This page features the SEGA Saturn exclusive action RPG Princess Crown. The striking artwork showcases the game's main characters, including the central princess, a knight, a small blonde fairy-like character, a redrobed figure, and a mysterious purple-haired man, set against a backdrop of a castle. The game was released on December 11, 1997, with a suggested retail price of 5,800 yen. The tagline highlights the premise. The princess's 13th birthday. After 25 years of sleep, the demon race is now revived. Princess Crown is known for its gorgeous hand-drawn animation, boasting an impressive 15,000 total animation patterns for all characters, achieved through a sophisticated morphing system. Beyond just the main protagonist, the game offers individual stories for the various sub-characters, deepening the narrative experience. Screenshots in the corner provide a glimpse of the game's beautiful pixel art graphics and action combat. Contact information for Atlas support services is provided at the bottom. This page features an advertisement for a supplementary product related to the critically acclaimed action RPG, Devil Summoner, Soul Hackers. Titled Demon Compendium Volume 2, this SEGA Saturn exclusive is not a game itself, but a CG library, fusion simulator, novel, and sound room utility. Set to release on December 25, 1997, for 2,800 yen, this compendium offers fans deep dives into the world of Soul Hackers. The Demon Compendium mode allows players to view high-quality artwork of demons from the game, including original art by series artist Kazuma Kaneko. The Fusion Simulator lets users experiment with fusing over 300 different demons. A novel mode reveals secret backstories for characters appearing in the main game. And the Sound Room provides access to background music, including tracks only heard during specific scenes. The striking artwork shows the main character along with various demons from the game. Screenshots display the interface for viewing demon art and potentially the fusion options. There are small, unrelated adverts at the bottom for a radio show and staff recruitment. This page features a prominent advertisement for the dating simulation game, Sentimental Graffiti, developed by NEC Interchannel for the Sega Saturn. The artwork dominates the page, showcasing a large group of distinctive anime-style female characters, emphasizing the game's focus on character interaction. The ad highlights that this is a dating simulation title, centering around the player's journey to seek out 12 specific memories, presumably linked to the featured characters. It clearly states the game's release date as January 22, 1998, with a suggested retail price of 7,500 yen. Furthermore, it notes a limited first production run which includes a bonus second win content and comes as a 2-disc set. The overall presentation is typical of promotion for the genre, focusing heavily on the visual appeal of the heroines players will interact with in the game. This page features the magazine's reader contribution section, Let's Park, encouraging readers to submit their thoughts and aiming for the title of Contribution King. It includes a weekly hot topic section, celebrating Japan's participation in the World Cup, and the goals scored by Nakayama, expressing excitement for their performance in France. Reader submissions share various anecdotes and opinions. One reader recounts putting money into a vending machine, trying to cancel, but getting double the money back. A nice surprise before losing a match. And another details issues with a twin sticks controller, buying a used one which was also faulty, only for the original one to inexplicably start working. There are comments on various topics, including a scary experience at a Family Mart, and a funny observation about squid in an octopus trap. Visuals include a section dedicated to Mr. Azuma Joke Room, and illustrations accompanying reader content. One drawing depicts a Pikachu-like character associated with energy transporting divine beast releases electricity. Another illustration features a character drawing for Tsunesan's expected corner. There's also a sketch humorously showing someone frustrated by mushrooms growing in their bathtub, aptly titled Izumi Hime. The page captures a diverse range of reader input, from gaming-adjacent woes to humorous daily life observations, all submitted by the magazine's dedicated readership. This page compiles reader content focused on manga, the Sega Saturn, and general gaming. The manga section features reader-submitted art, including fan art and original creations, with one piece hinting at darker themes. The Saturn Users Plaza hosts discussions about the console's ecosystem, including the importance of PR, the difficulty of software sales, and concerns over game sales figures. Readers also discuss Sega partners, trial creds, and share a credit trick for Dodon Codon. Gamer's Wisdom offers quirky tips like removing sticker residue with an eraser, and a bizarre method for extracting an octopus. The Oshimasu Show Q&A features humorous and unconventional answers to reader questions, along with the Dodon Codon credit trick. This page is packed with reader contributions and gaming commentary, continuing the community focus from the previous pages. The Club Empty section features reader mail, touching on upcoming events like a cosplay dance party, T-Day, featuring a DJ appearance. There are mentions of music like YMO and popular DJ Shinkawa. A reader asks about the game Club Sega, which sounds like it could be a collection or related title. They also discuss fan letters and where to send submissions. The Ink Screamers section showcases reader art and writing, with commentary on different artistic styles, referencing popular manga magazines like Jump and Champion. It includes some sample drawings and calligraphy. In Friend of the Heart, the focus is squarely on the game Legend of Galactic Heroes Plus. The writer strongly recommends it, but with a caveat. It's really for fans of the series, or those willing to dive deep. They praise how the game integrates elements from the books and LDS, offering a unified story experience through strategic and combat sequences, even if it might receive a lower score in the main reviews. There's a big call for more reader submissions across various categories like event reports, illustrations, and discussion topics, ranging from cyberculture to manga. Finally, the Submission King Current Points section lists the top contributing readers and their point totals, showing who's leading the pack in community engagement. Additional reader illustrations are also featured, adding to the page's visual appeal. This community page showcases reader-submitted fan art in the Park Gallery, featuring diverse illustrations from series like Lupin III, Sakura Wars, and even DX Jinsei Game. Each piece receives brief commentary from the editors. The information section details submission guidelines, postcard-sized white paper with black ink only. Color illustrations are not accepted. Contributors earn points based on the quality of their art, with rewards including book tickets and SEGA Saturn games for accumulating enough points. The page provides the mailing address for submissions. The upcoming theme for the art collection is Devil Summoner Soul Hackers, encouraging fans to submit their art based on the game. This page showcases official guides for two notable Sega Saturn titles. The top half features the guide for All Japan Pro Wrestling featuring Virtua, highlighting its focus on helping players raise their original strongest wrestler. The guide promises clear explanations of wrestling techniques, detailed profiles of participating wrestlers using actual photos, and in-depth coverage of the game's featuring mode. It also includes historical context about All Japan Pro Wrestling's factions and a special appendix featuring hidden techniques only found in the guide, along with strategic insights endorsed by the legendary Giant Baba. This official guide is priced at 1,200 yen and spans 128 pages. The bottom half presents the official playing guide for the popular 3D fighting game, Virtua Fighter 3. This comprehensive guide covers technique explanations for all 12 characters, details on connecting moves, and strategies for various matchups. It specifically notes compatibility with the Virtua Fighter 3 TB version, promising continuous technique guides for it. The guide is scheduled for release in late December, priced at 1,600 yen, and is a substantial 280 pages. Both guides are published by SoftBank. The page includes a large image of Akira Yuki from Virtua Fighter 3 and small screenshots from the wrestling game. This report details a Sega event, Digital Circus in Nagoya, part of the Sega Saturn 97 tour. Held at Portmesse Nagoya, the event was a success, featuring stage events and high user satisfaction. Personalities like Take-chan and Nagumo-kun were present. Game content highlights include a sentimental graffiti voice actor event and a Sonic R tournament, where the reporter placed second. The article also outlines Sega's information services. The Sega Joy telephone offers weekly updates. The Sega Fax Club provides information via fax. The Sega Video Magazine showcases video previews of new titles like R, M, J. The report also touches on the Volume 22 Flash SEGA Saturn demo disc, and the Sega Internet section mentions the official website and a Christmas campaign featuring Curiosity and Sonic merchandise. This page features the 9th installment of the serialized comic Masao-kun by Tomoko Sasaki, titled Overcoming the Rough Waves, depicting characters in various scenes. There's also a related illustration section called Hayukan. An announcement highlights Sonic Team's new work, Burning Rangers, indicating that song recording is underway and that the game is coming soon. The Sega PR Diary section announces the final Digital Circus event of 1997 in Yokohama, stating that the pub team will be assisting attendees with a 3-person setup. Staff members report from the recent events. Takechan comments on the success of the Nagoya Digital Circus and mentions, "Let's make a J.League Pro Soccer Club, too," suggesting it could become a national hit. He also announces a talk show with Kenji Iino in Yokohama. Dessler de Hirano thanks attendees in Nagoya and talks about Sagata Sanshiro, confirming the actor is Hiroshi Fujioka, and previews a future report on a Sagata Sanshiro CF recording. Honey Hanaya focuses on the World Cup qualifiers and Japan's recent qualification, connecting it to "Let's make a J.League Pro Soccer Club, too." Finally, there is a call for postcard submissions related to Sega Saturn for various sections, offering presents for selected entries. This page features a serialized novel section titled SEGA Saturn Magazine Novels. This installment is the 12th chapter of a story based on the classic shoot 'em up Radiant Silvergun, known as Tsukyu Gurentai in Japan. The chapter title is Headhunter's Intentions. The story is credited to Ragenizing, the game's developer, with writing by Yuichi Ishida. The introduction explains that the is a private military force, acting as mercenaries, handling dangerous missions and disputes for clients. The narrative focuses on the 3 pilots of the group, Yajihashi Tao, Izumi Ryota, and Kunimura Rika, and the people surrounding them, crafting an SF drama. The summary of the previous installment details events, including an attack by the Black Beast that was repelled by the Radiant Silvergun, the rescue of a company president from terrorists, and the defeat of a terrorist leader. It highlights the complexities and dangers faced by the characters, with one character, Mikazuki, escaping capture, and another, Brent, being attacked while investigating a clue. The novel delves into the characters' emotional states and decisions within this intense setting. This page continues the serialized novel section for the game Tsukyu Gurentai, known internationally as Radiant Silvergun. Chapter 12, titled Headhunter's Intentions, features a tense meeting between Mikazuki and a man who calls himself a Scoutman. The Scoutman attempts to recruit Mikazuki, promising the best possible machine if he joins his company, suggesting they offer something superior to the Jinsei Heavy Industries S.O.Q series, which Mikazuki believes is the current pinnacle. Mikazuki is dismissive and unimpressed, viewing the offer as unrealistic. The conversation escalates as past events, possibly referencing encounters or defeats from the game or earlier novel chapters, are brought up. The Scoutman makes a veiled threat, implying he is armed, and the scene ends dramatically with Mikazuki reaching for a knife. The page also includes character profiles for key figures in the Radiant Silvergun universe featured in the novel. These include Yajihashi Tao, a 24-year-old JDF captain investigating independently, Izumi Ryota, a 19-year-old JDF rookie pilot with great skill, Kunimura Rika, another skilled but sharp-tongued pilot dealing with past challenges, and Ashijima Eiji, an engineer and test pilot from Jinsei Heavy Industries who developed a mysterious war machine. These profiles provide background context for the characters central to the unfolding SF drama. This page continues the serialized novel adaptation of Radiant Silvergun. The tense meeting between Mikazuki and the mysterious Scoutman escalates them. The man reveals his name is Terushima, but suggests Mikazuki can call him Eiji, confirming his identity as Ashijima Eiji from Jinsei Heavy Industries. Eiji calmly claims he built and piloted the powerful machine Mikazuki encountered, while Mikazuki remains confrontational, demanding to know his affiliations. When Eiji mentions Ryota, Mikazuki reacts strongly, showing a protective stance. Eiji describes himself as patient, contrasting with Mikazuki's short temper, which he finds amusing. The conversation circles back to Eiji's past affiliations after he stated his current one is a secret, and Mikazuki sharply presses for details. The illustration captures the moment of confrontation, showing Eiji standing over Mikazuki who sits at a table, the tension palpable. Mikazuki and Terushima continue their tense conversation about a weaponized machine. Mikazuki learns Jinsei Heavy Industries secretly developed the prototype, codenamed Yumi Hachiman, under President Miyama's directive, violating company policy. Terushima clarifies it's a Series 27 machine, not the ongoing Ubu project, Series 26. He hints at further reasons for the project's freezing before offering Mikazuki pancakes. The segment ends with a "to be continued" sign and a disclaimer. The developer message announces updates, including the SEGA Saturn version of Radiant Silvergun for 2,800 yen, and a PS version with new features, including Ubu as a playable character. The Battle Garega trial version is also included. A comment section shows, quote, "Enjoyed the voxover corner," mentioning a subtitle change, Olaran, that earned him 1,000 yen. This page is an advertisement for the first official MOOC magazine book from SEGA Saturn Magazine, focusing entirely on Capcom's mech fighting game, Cyberbots: Full Metal Madness. Presented as unprecedented, this strategy guide was crafted over 3 months by a writer specializing in 2D fighting games. It promises comprehensive coverage for both competitive player versus player matches and challenging battles against the CPU. The guide boasts a wealth of data and delves deep into the game's combat system, covering combos from basic inputs all the way to advanced techniques essential for expert play. A major draw for fans is the inclusion of exclusive, newly drawn illustrations and rare, treasured development materials provided directly by Capcom staff. Edited by the SEGA Saturn Magazine editorial department, this, a 5-sized MOOC, contains 160 pages and is priced at 1,500 yen, published by SoftBank. It's highlighted as a must-see for enthusiasts of the game. This page features the final installment of a series dedicated to the SEGA Saturn adventure game, The Story of the Seven Winds Island. It showcases original illustrations by director Keita Amemiya, depicting 2 of the game's intriguing creatures, a skeletal bug-like being and a winged dragon. Director Amemiya shares his thoughts, emphasizing how significant the game is to him, and urging players not to give up on its puzzles. He suggests watching his other work, Moon of Tao, for inspiration if stuck. He also expresses a desire to hear from players who complete the game. The development staff from Jaburo also comment on the series, concluding, thanking Enix and others for their support in bringing this project, specifically highlighting the Dr. Garp's Lantern Festival segment, to fruition. They encourage players to experience the island's charm firsthand. The page confirms the 1997 release and collaboration between companies like Jaburo and Enix. This page features a striking, artistic presentation for the SEGA Saturn game Baroque, developed by Sting, and published by Especially. The page utilizes dark, surreal imagery, overlaid with fragmented English text. Key phrases like, Baroque, distorted pearls, a style of disharmony, this is the age of great heat, this is the world it destroyed, distorted delusions, and, in this land of devastation don't go on to survive, are displayed, strongly hinting at the game's bleak, mysterious, and unsettling themes. The imagery itself is evocative, featuring abstract shapes and human figures within a chaotic, distorted landscape. The page also includes a summary of the story leading up to this point, written in Japanese, suggesting this is part of an ongoing narrative feature about the game in the magazine. It captures the unique, unsettling atmosphere that makes Baroque such a memorable experience. This page continues the deep dive into the unsettling world of Baroque, the unique 3D RPG from Sting, titled Baroque Hollow-Up Pointing Triangle Volume 3, Baroque Hollow-Up Pointing Triangle Prequel Volume 3. This feature appears to be a narrative piece or transcript expanding on the game's lore. It follows the narrator and a character named Suzume as they investigate a mysterious disc. The text describes the strange properties of the disc, specifically how listening to it seems to alter reality, as claimed by a young boy who brought it. Characters like Kitsune are also mentioned, seemingly involved in analyzing the disc's contents. The story delves into the cryptic elements central to Baroque, discussing concepts like the black sphere, sensory orbs, angels, and grotesques, abyss. It reflects the game's bizarre and complex narrative structure, where understanding the world and its distorted elements is key. The bottom text briefly mentions Sting's development of the 3D RPG and its setting after the catastrophic Great Heat, further grounding this narrative within the game's established universe. It's a fascinating look behind the curtain of Baroque's creation and lore. This page is dedicated to the dating simulation RPG, Wizard's Harmony 2. It prominently features colorful anime character artwork, showcasing the main cast of the game. The top of the page highlights that the PlayStation version is already available, while the SEGA Saturn version was scheduled for release on December 25th, priced at 5,500 yen, excluding tax. The page confirms the game's title in both English script and Japanese katakana. There's a section dedicated to listing the character voice actors, indicating the game features voice acting for its cast. At the bottom, it provides contact information for inquiries related to the software, mentioning developers like Arc System Works. It's a clear announcement and promotion for the game's release on the Saturn platform. This page continues the feature on Wizard's Harmony 2, delving into the game's premise with the text proclaiming that 5 years have passed, and the Academy is once again facing a crisis that threatens its existence. The page displays more vibrant character artwork, showcasing a diverse group of students and possibly faculty who will be involved in this new adventure. It also highlights the exciting first-run limited edition bonuses for purchasers. Those who pick up the PlayStation version will receive an original theme song CD, featuring tracks like Destiny and Itsudate Yasashisa wo. SEGA Saturn players, meanwhile, will get an exclusive original wristwatch adorned with character graphics. Furthermore, a survey postcard included in the initial release of both versions offers an additional gift to everyone who sends it in. The page confirms the game is being developed by Arc System Works. This page dives into the world of SNK, featuring updates and fan content. The From SNK section includes a message from Mr. Umemoto, noting the changing seasons and hinting at the impending release of The Last Blade, which is already receiving positive feedback and is highly anticipated in arcades. Under SNK News, it's announced that Slank's latest fighting game, likely The Last Blade, is coming to CD format, featuring original BGM with voices and sound effects at a budget price. Additionally, a set of The King of Fighters 97 drama keds, previously exclusive prizes, are now available as a collection. A promotional item is highlighted for Real Bout Fatal Fury Special, offering a chance to win special phone cards featuring characters in Santa outfits to commemorate its upcoming release. The next year release section confirms Samurai Showdown is planned for release at a price of 1,529 yen. The bottom section features Hyper Freaks, showcasing fan art and messages from readers across Japan, praising the quality of their submissions. There's also a list of characters celebrating birthdays in December. Finally, a preview for the next issue teases a special feature dedicated to Kyo-sama, focusing on Kyo Kusanagi from The King of Fighters, tied to his birthday, SNK 1996-1997. The next page is a special feature dedicated to advanced, potentially frustrating, for your opponent, combos in The King of Fighters 97. It showcases impressive techniques for characters such as Kyo Kusanagi, Terry Bogard, and Robert Garcia, along with the Orochi versions of Shermie and Chris. A significant section explains Sky Cancel, or Empty Cancel, detailing how this technique, similar to a standard cancel but performed without hitting the opponent, is essential for executing some of the fastest and most complex combo inputs. The importance of precise timing, particularly for linking specific moves like Kyo's origami transitions or Terry's power charge setups, is emphasized as requiring considerable practice. The page also highlights the satisfying and often game-ending potential of counter hits, showing examples of powerful follow-ups that can lead to massive damage. Screenshots feature Terry using his power charge, Orochi Shermie connecting an attack, and a devastating counter hit by Billy Kane. Short comments from the writers express their passion for KOF 97. Noting that while the player base may have shifted, the excitement of fierce matches and landing those perfect counter hits remains a core appeal of the game. This page features the Grand Simulation RPG Dragon Force 2 for the SEGA Saturn, known in Japan as Zeldnerchild. The stunning central artwork is by Ayami Kojima, renowned for her work on the Castlevania series. The game is described as an ultra-hardcore simulation RPG, where the player begins as a single mercenary aiming to end a continent-wide war. The core appeal lies in progressing through the ranks from a mercenary to a captain and eventually a knight leading their own forces, all while building relationships with comrades. The goal is to unite the war-torn continent. Screenshots depict large-scale real-time battles involving armies of soldiers, character portraits, and strategic map views. The game boasts a massive roster of 230 unique characters, with over 150 capable of moving and fighting on-screen simultaneously in impressive battles. The world of swords and magic is said to change based on player actions, adding significant replayability. Released in 1997, Dragon Force 2 offered a deep strategic experience lauded by fans of the genre. A guidebook was also available for players navigating its complex systems. This page offers a comprehensive data guide for pilots featured in the strategic RPG, Super Robot Wars F. It provides detailed information on various characters, including the game's customizable protagonists for both the real and super robot routes, alongside iconic pilots from classic anime series integrated into the game. Featured pilots include familiar faces like Huma Ameoi from Combattler V, Amuro Ray from Mobile Suit Gundam, and Rei Ayanami from Neon Genesis Evangelion, among others such as Baron Ashura from Mazinger Z. The page includes a clear guide on how to interpret the presented data tables, explaining the meaning of icons and numbers that detail each pilot's terrain adaptability, unique special skills and their acquisition levels, initial combat stats, like melee, shooting, evasion and accuracy, and available mental commands, spirit skills. These tables are crucial for players planning their strategies and understanding the strengths and weaknesses of their units and pilots in the game's complex tactical battles. This detailed breakdown allows players to optimize their team composition and tactics effectively. This page continues the in-depth data guide for the pilots available in the strategic RPG, Super Robot Wars F. Following on from the previous page, it presents more character profiles detailing their crucial stats and abilities. You'll find data for pilots like Shinji Ikari from Neon Genesis Evangelion, Emma Sheen and Katsu Kobayashi from Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam, LPOPLE, Elviano, Gagiel and Oleanova from Mobile Suit Gundam ZZ, Quatre Rabu winner from Gundam Wing, Alan Brady and Ellen Hannum from Aura Battler Dunbine, Anton Lando and Gaha Liche from Heavy Metal LGAIM, Ortega and Gaia from the original Mobile Suit Gundam, Kakrakan C.A. Cooler from Zeta Gundam, the Great General of Darkness from Great Mazinger, and even data for a generic elite soldier type. Each profile provides the standard breakdown, terrain performance, the levels at which pilots learn and activate their unique skills, core combat statistics for melee, shooting, evasion and accuracy, and the mental commands, spirit skills, they possess. This information is vital for players optimizing their unit deployments and strategies, allowing them to see at a glance a pilot's strengths and how they will perform in different environments and combat roles within Super Robot Wars Fi. This page continues the comprehensive pilot data guide for the strategic RPG, Super Robot Wars F. It presents profiles for several key characters, including familiar faces from various anime series, and some original personalities. You'll find data for icons like Koji Kabuto from the Mazinger series, Camille Bidan and Quattro Bagina, Char Aznable, from Gundam, Ku Uraki and Christina McKenzie from Gundam 0083 and 0080 respectively, Kyra Su from Char's Counterattack, Gablet Gabule from Heavy Metal LGAIM, Garamity Man from Aura Battler Dunbine, and Kyoji Kashu from Mobile Fighter G Gundam. The page also includes original SRW characters like Gilliam Yeager and Glofus Laclane, as well as generic enemy pilot data for various guest soldiers. Each profile provides essential information for players strategizing their battles, detailing the pilot's performance across different terrain types, air, land, sea, space, their inherent disposition, indicating their base morale, and the levels at which they acquire specific pilot skills like evasion, accuracy, and special abilities. Crucially, the page lists their core combat stats for melee, shooting, evasion, accuracy, spirit points, and technical skill, alongside the vital spirit commands they can utilize in battle. This data is crucial for understanding each pilot's strengths and weaknesses, allowing players to optimize unit pairings and tactics in Super Robot Wars Fi. This page continues the extensive pilot roster for Super Robot Wars FEF, offering crucial data for strategists. You'll find profiles for a mix of iconic characters from various anime series and original creations specific to the game. Notable pilots here include Sima Garahao from Mobile Suit Gundam 0083, Jared Mesa and Judao Ashta from the Gundam universe, Sho Zama and Shot Weapon from Aura Battler Dunbine, Shapiro Keats from Dankuga, and the mysterious Schwarzbruder from Mobile Fighter Gang Gundam. Each entry provides a breakdown of the pilot's performance across different environments: air, land, sea, space, their base disposition, and the levels for key pilot skills like evasion, accuracy, and special abilities. More importantly, The profiles detail their core combat statistics covering melee, shooting, evasion, dexterity, spirit, and reaction, along with the vital list of spirit commands they can employ in battle. This comprehensive data is essential for players to understand each pilot's strengths and weaknesses, enabling effective unit composition and battle planning in Super Robot Wars F. The page also includes profiles for original characters like Goten Go, Ciela Lapana, Shikibu Masato, Jack King, Justine Schafflauer, and generic enemy types like Artificial Intelligence, Shamshul, and Sachiel. This page continues the vital pilot data for Super Robot Wars F, providing players with the detailed statistics and abilities needed to strategize effectively. Featured here are iconic characters from numerous mecha series, including Jin Hayato from Getter Robo, Zex Marquise and Change Wufei from Gundam Wing, Asuka Langley from Evangelion, Daba Myrode from Heavy Metal LGAIM, Chum Phao and Todd Guinness from Aura Battler Dunbine, Chuck Keith from Gundam 0083, Master Asia and Doman Kashu from Gundam, and even Drive Hell from Mazinger Z, alongside various original characters and generic enemy pilots. Each profile breaks down the pilot's performance in different environments, their combat disposition, and critical skill levels like counters or aura battler proficiency. More importantly for tactical planning, the entries list their core attributes: melee, shooting, evasion, dexterity, spirit, and reaction, and the specific spirit commands available to them, detailing the SP cost for each. This comprehensive data is indispensable for players assembling their teams and planning their moves in the complex battles of Super Robot Wars F, building directly upon the information presented on the previous page. The next page continues the critical pilot database for Super Robot Wars F, offering deep dives into the stats and skills of various characters essential for mastering the game's strategic battles. Featured here are fan favorites like Hiro Yui and Trawa Barton from Gundam Wing, Haman Karn and F.A. Yukari from Zeta Gundam, Ryusei Date from Getter Robo, Bernie Wise from Gundam 0080, and iconic figures from Aura Battler Dunbine such as Drake Luft and Bishat Hatha, alongside other key players like Minami Chizuru from Combattler V, and characters from Heavy Metal LGAIM. Each entry provides a detailed breakdown, including their proficiency in different environments, air, ground, sea, space, their base combat disposition, and crucial attributes like melee, shooting, evasion, dexterity, spirit, and reaction. Critically, the page lists each pilot's unique spirit commands and their respective SP costs, offering players the tactical knowledge needed to optimize team composition and plan powerful maneuvers on the battlefield. This detailed information is invaluable for any serious Super Robot Wars F player looking to exploit every advantage. This page continues the extensive pilot database for Super Robot Wars F, providing crucial details for optimizing your team. Featured here are pilots from various series integrated into the game, including characters from Heavy Metal LGAIM, such as Fanaria Am, Heckler Mauser, Shumar Sero, Fomactomin, and generic Poseidal soldiers. You'll also find profiles for Dankuga pilots, Shinobu Fujiwara and Shingo Hojo, Gundam veterans like Bright Noah, Henkin Beckener, and Mash from the Black Tri-Stars, Aura Battler Dunbine characters Faye Chenka and Marvel Frozen, and Mazinger Z Staples Boss and Count Brocken. The page also includes original generation pilots Masaki and Shugo, who pilots the iconic Cybuster, Mia, and Miyuki Jippo piloting the powerful Granzon. Each profile details the pilot's environmental adaptability across air, ground, sea, and space, their combat disposition, and core stats like melee, shooting, evasion, dexterity, spirit, and reaction. Most importantly for strategic play, the page lists each pilot's specific spirit commands and their associated SP costs, providing players with the tactical insight needed to utilize these powerful abilities effectively in battle. This page continues the essential pilot database for Super Robot Wars F, a must-have resource for any serious player looking to optimize their team. Here, you'll find detailed profiles for a wide array of pilots drawn from various iconic mecha series. Featured characters include familiar faces from the Mobile Suit Gundam universe, like the legendary Ramba Ral, the skilled Leela Mirarira, and new type Ru Luka, alongside aces from Mobile Fighter G Gundam like Rain Mikamura and Mobile Suit Gundam Wing's Lucrezia Noin. The Heavy Metal LGAIM series is represented by pilots such as Minao Kiao and Wazam Rune, while Dankuga contributes key figures like Sarah Yuki, Rio, and Leonard Bundle. You'll also find Mazinger Z's plucky pilot Sayaka Yumi, a character associated with Getter Robo like Remy Shimada, and some original or generic characters including Mary King and Federation soldiers. Each profile provides critical tactical information, their disposition affecting combat behavior, environmental suitability across air, ground, sea, and space, determining their effectiveness in different terrains, core combat statistics like melee, shooting, evasion, dexterity, spirit, and reaction, and crucially, a list of their unique spirit commands with their respective SP costs. Mastering how to best utilize each pilot's strengths and spirit commands based on this data is key to overcoming the game's toughest challenges. This section offers invaluable insight for maximizing your squad's potential. This page highlights a series of comic anthologies based on popular video games from the era. Headlining is the new 4-panel DX series, featuring the highly praised first volume centered around the massive phenomenon that is Pokémon. Following up as the second volume in the series is an anthology for the PlayStation fighting game, Nitu Shinden, showcasing its comical world through 4-panel strips by various artists. The page also promotes the Super Game Anthology comic series, presenting collections of original comics and illustrations for a range of well-known titles. This includes anthologies for the fighting game to Shinden and its sequel to Shinden 2, the quirky fighting series Power Instinct 2, and the fan-favorite gothic fighter, Darkstalker's Revenge. For fans of Mahjong games, there's also an anthology for Super Real Mahjong PV, featuring original stories with its characters. These collections offer new comic and illustrative takes on these classic game worlds by a lineup of talented artists. This page features 2 regular columns. The top section is Tomomi Sakurai's Message to Your Heart, where voice actress and singer Tomomi Sakurai shares personal thoughts. In this volume, she recounts her experience getting into photography, buying a camera, and the humorous attempts to capture everyday life and people, contrasting it with being in front of the camera herself. She reflects on her camera's journey, from eager use to being stored away. The bottom section is Izumi Takemoto's Various Notes, a comic strip by manga artist Izumi Takemoto. This installment, titled Jet Lag on a Certain Day, humorously explores the world of a gamer engrossed in older titles. The comic contrasts the past difficulty of acquiring games, recalling the need for reservations and long queues for consoles like the Famicom and Super Famicom, with the current ease of obtaining older software. The artist laments playing older games like Super Robot Wars and Shiren the Wanderer on Game Boy, which leads to a backlog of unplayed new releases and difficulty finding strategy guides for the older titles, creating a sense of being out of sync with others discussing current games. The comic also makes a meta-reference to the artist struggling with colorwork deadlines, and briefly touches on titles like PlayStation's Armored Trooper Votoms. This page features a charming and humorous manga column titled A Declaration from a Certain Tech Saturn SEGA Life, a big river story of joys and sorrows, penned by anime creator Samushin Yoshimatsu. This second installment dives into the author's personal history with Sega consoles, portraying them as lively characters. The Mega Drive older brother, fully kitted out with his Mega CD and 32X add-ons, and the dependable Saturn-kun are the stars, alongside mentions of other consoles from the author's collection, like the Mark II-I, Jaguar, 3DO, and Neo Geo CD. The comic delightfully captures the feeling of console generations and the author's deep connection to these machines, with a humorous twist as the consoles decide to embark on travels, leaving the older ones behind, longing to be played. It's a personal and relatable look at a gamer's life dedicated to Sega and beyond, filled with nostalgia and affection for the hardware that shaped their gaming journey. This page is the Reader Survey postcard section of the magazine, providing a structured way for readers to submit feedback and participate. It clearly explains how to fill out the survey responses using numbers within designated boxes, with helpful examples provided. The survey asks a variety of questions covering reader demographics such as age and occupation, their engagement with the magazine by asking which articles they enjoyed, referencing Table 1, and their gaming habits including how many Sega Saturn games they own, what other gaming hardware they possess from the list in Table 2, and what software titles they plan to purchase in the future, referencing the massive list of Sega Saturn software in Table 3. This page is vital for the magazine to understand its audience's preferences and collecting data on popular games and hardware in the Sega Saturn landscape at the time. This page showcases Cotton 2, Magical Night Dreams, an action shooting game featuring Cotton and new characters, promising arcade action and a Saturn original mode. This page showcases strategy guides for popular Sega Saturn titles, published by Shogakukan. The main feature is the Super Strategy Guide for Falcom Classics, a compilation bringing 3 legendary 80s PC RPGs, Dragon Slayer, YS, and Xanadu to the Saturn. The guide promises to equip players with the knowledge to conquer these challenging games, detailing monster tactics and item usage for Dragonslayer, providing essential maps and warp point information for YS, and including comprehensive maps and monster data for Xanadu. Additionally, the page highlights other available strategy guides from their Wonder Life special series. These include the guide for Langrisser IV, featuring detailed strategies for all scenarios, including hidden ones, and character artwork. It is also a guide for the complex action RPG, Dark Savior, offering a complete walkthrough with scenario charts. Fans of anime adaptations can find a guide for Macross Do You Remember Love, which includes official 3D artwork and interviews. Finally, a guide for Saturn Bomberman is shown, complete with maps and thorough strategy points for mastering the game. This page features an advertisement for the horse racing simulation game Umanari One Furlong Gikiju for the Sega Saturn, developed by Microvision. Based on the popular comic of the same name by Miho Yoshida, the game promises a white-hot drama woven by thoroughbreds and fun horses to raise. Key features highlighted include realistic live voice commentary during races by a Radio Tampa announcer, the appearance of 80 active jockeys and 1,050 real horses, and the inclusion of major Japanese races as well as overseas Big One races like the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe and Breeders' Cup. The game features a unique training system requiring tailored approaches based on a horse's personality, condition, and mood, and allows players to become owner breeders to produce champion thoroughbreds. There's even a Umanari Cup mode for competing with custom-raised horses or historical champions. The page includes screenshots showing a racing scene, a menu displaying horse stats, and a stable view. Shugoro Izaki also gives a strong recommendation, calling it the Go One of the horse racing game world. The game was released on December 4th for 5,800 yen, excluding tax. This page is an advertisement for the Sega Saturn version of the acclaimed visual novel, Yuno, A Girl Who Chants Love at the Bound of This World. The visuals feature beautiful character artwork, hinting at the diverse cast and emotional moments players will experience. The text promotes the game as offering a range of adventures, from heartwarming and sad scenes that might bring tears, to perplexing mysteries and encounters with heinous villains. It explicitly states the game is recommended for those aged 18 and over, suggesting a more mature and perhaps slightly adult narrative. The advertisement emphasizes the game's high production values, highlighting its stunning CG artwork, immersive background music, and full voice acting, all contributing to a rich and colorful game world. Developed by Elf, Yuno is presented as a unique experience, unlike other games available. This page is an advertisement for the Sega Saturn port of the classic visual novel, Yuno, A Girl Who Chants Love at the Bound of This World. It clearly states the release date is December 4th, a Thursday, coming on a substantial 3-kudram set, with a suggested retail price of 7,800 yen before tax. The text promotes the game as a role-playing game in the true sense, offering a high degree of freedom in its world, promising unique experiences that can't be found elsewhere. It touches upon the emotional depth, mentioning scenes that might involve getting angry or experiencing excitement, particularly hinting at mature interactions for women with whom you entwined bodies, which is consistent with the prominent 18+ age restriction displayed on the page. The ad emphasizes the game is packed with content, presented as a guide for the player's journey through its grand story. It highlights that animation is used to bring this magnificent narrative to life, and concludes by inviting players to experience what awaits them. The imagery shows various character art pieces, giving a glimpse into the diverse cast and dramatic moments within the game's narrative. This is a pivotal title for the genre on the platform, known for its complex story and impactful themes. This page features an advertisement for the official guidebook for the Sega Saturn title, Let's Make a J.League Pro Soccer Club 2. This is the Management Edition guide, designed to help players navigate the complexities of running a professional soccer team and aim for the top of the league. The guide is highlighted as being perfect for beginners, offering clear explanations of team management and player development using simple examples. It boasts comprehensive player and staff data, independently researched by the editorial team. A notable feature mentioned is the guide's coverage of the edit mode, which allows players to bring back famous past players to their teams. The page also promotes a future release, the Complete Data Edition guide, scheduled for the end of December. The visual design prominently features the game's title, the large number 2, and an illustration of a female character, presumably related to the game or guide. This guide is published by SoftBank Corporation. This page features an exciting campaign from SoftBank, running from November 1997 to the end of February 1998. By purchasing eligible SoftBank strategy guides, readers had a chance to win various prizes through a random draw. The featured prizes include a Game Boy Pocket console, the PlayStation game Oddworld, Abe's Exodus, the Game Boy game Die Hacken Tamagotchi, and special SoftBank telephone cards. There are images of the Game Boy Pocket and the cover art for Abe's Exodus and Tamagotchi to showcase the prizes. The bottom section of the page also prominently promotes the PlayStation release of Oddworld, Abe's Exodus by GameBank, highlighting its release date of December 11, 1997, standard price, and featuring a large image of the protagonist, Abe. This dual focus on strategy guides and a specific game release suggests SoftBank was pushing this particular title alongside their guide campaign. This page features the Super Robot Wars for a Perfect Guide, published by SoftBank. Presented as the ultimate strategy guide for this highly acclaimed entry in the Super Robot Wars series, it aims to equip players with everything needed to master the game on SEGA Saturn. The guide boasts detailed data on the vast array of robots and pilots featured in F, provides in-depth strategies for navigating maps, and offers comprehensive data analysis. The vivid illustration showcases a lineup of iconic super-deformed mecha from the diverse anime series included in the game, such as Gundam, Evangelion, Mazinger Z, and Getter Robo. For any veteran of the Super Robot Wars franchise, a thorough guide is invaluable given the intricate systems, numerous units, and challenging scenarios, and this 136-page guide appears to be exactly what's needed to optimize your playthrough. It covers system explanations, a story chart, and even bonus information, available for 950 yen. This page features an advertisement for 2 books related to the popular romance simulation game, Sentimental Graffiti. The main visual is a large, vibrant illustration showcasing many of the game's distinctive female characters, rendered in the game's signature art style. The first item advertised is Tomohisa Kai Sentimental Graffiti Image Artworks, an A4-sized, 224-page book. This art collection focuses on the work of Tomohisa Kai, featuring character designs and a total of 115 illustrations, presented in a special clear case for long-term preservation. It also includes a special original poster. This looks like a must-have for fans of the game's beautiful character designs. It's priced at 2,800 yen plus tax, and was scheduled for release in early December 97. The second item is the Sentimental Graffiti Official Guide, which is described as the game's only official strategy guide. This B5-sized, 128-page book provides detailed strategies for conquering each of the 12 characters, along with information on their poignant stories and intricate settings. It also offers travel know-how to assist the player's nationwide journey. This guide seems essential for anyone looking to fully explore all the game's roots and stories. It's priced at 1,300 yen plus tax and was scheduled for release in late January 98. Pre-orders were being accepted at bookstores. This page is a large advertisement for Yoyogi Animation Institute, YAG, a well-known school for aspiring artists in animation, games, and voice acting. The main visual features several anime characters, including notable designs reminiscent of Record of Lodoss War and other fantasy series popular in the late 90s, highlighting the creative fields the school focuses on. A prominent statistic displays a high employment and debut rate of 98.749% for their graduates from March 1997, emphasizing the school's success in placing students in the industry. The advert promotes the Osaka school's 10th anniversary, noting that annual tuition is 650,000 yen, with various entrance fee discounts available. YAG offers a wide range of courses across its multiple locations, including programs in animation, computer graphics, game design, voice acting, manga creation, and various other media and entertainment fields. They provide comprehensive support for students, such as scholarships, affordable dormitory options, free health consultations, an art aptitude test called Charisma Map, and a curriculum designed to help students acquire official qualifications naturally. Prospective students are encouraged to attend free one-day trial classes or school tours. The advertisement also promotes nationwide school explanation meetings and a free nationwide audition to discover new voice actor talent. Contact information for the school's website, email, phone, and fax is provided for inquiries and applications. This page is a feature article or guide titled Analysis of Game Books, specifically focusing on strategy books and the present state of game-related books, as indicated by the subtitle. It's boldly presented as an industry leader feature, The article promises a smart verification of the forbidden strategy book industry, a thorough pursuit of the strategy books truly sought after, a complete list of SEGA Saturn strategy books published all at once, and recommendations for a must-read book from major publishers. The piece is labeled as an official guide dedicated to book-loving gamers and is produced by the SEGA Saturn Magazine editorial department. The central image features a complex, embossed-looking illustration resembling interwoven branches and perhaps a mythical creature, evoking a sense of detailed knowledge or hidden secrets, fitting for an analysis of strategy guides. There are no specific game screenshots or characters depicted, only the SEGA Saturn logo. This page serves as the introduction and index for a detailed feature exploring the world of game strategy books. The introduction reflects on how strategy guides have become a common sight in bookstores, moving from the children's section to practical books. The text highlights how these books have become integral to the gaming experience, using illustrations and text to draw players deeper into virtual worlds. The author muses on connecting the enjoyment of reading in autumn with the exploration of the link between games and books. The index provides a clear roadmap for the feature, detailing upcoming sections on the evolution of strategy books, reader survey results, publisher insights, a comprehensive list of Saturn strategy guides, and advice on buying them. There are no specific game mentions or screenshots, focusing instead on the meta-topic of game literature. The cover illustration for this feature is credited to Torabito. This page delves into the history and diversification of game strategy books and related publications. It begins by reflecting on the rise of strategy guides, noting how the release of games like Super Mario Bros. In 1985 and the subsequent penetration of consoles like the Famicom and Super Famicom into households led to a surge in demand for help finding secrets and overcoming challenges. Several influential strategy guides are highlighted, including one for Super Mario Bros., published by Jitsugyo no Nihonsha, and one for Dragon Quest II published by Enix. Examples from the 16-bit era are also shown, such as a super guidebook for Uncharted Waters 2, MDSFC, from Koei, and a setting material book for Final Fantasy IV, published by NTT Publishing, which is noted for expanding the game worldview. The page then discusses the increasing variety of game-related books beyond simple walkthroughs. These now include detailed setting material books featuring rough sketches and film story elements, art books showcasing beautiful scenes and character/mecha designs, fan books with submitted illustrations and messages promoting reader interaction, novels that expand on game lore or tell side stories, and other related books like comics, gamebooks, drama crids, and even useful game catalogs. Examples of series with these diverse publications include Sakura Wars, Cyber Troopers, Virtualon, Angelique, and Final Fantasy. The section concludes by pondering how far this integration of games and related media will extend. This page analyzes the results of a reader survey on what makes a good strategy guide. It explores the criteria readers prioritize when choosing a guide, and ranks the most popular Saturn-related books based on their input. Readers valued guides that provided clear strategies, included secrets or cheats, and contained ample reading material like developer interviews or setting information. Some were also drawn specifically to officially licensed guides. Based on the survey, the top strategy guides were the Kakusei Complete Guide at number 1, followed by the Sakura Wars Official Guidebook, Combat and Romance Chapters, at number 2, and the Tactics Ogre Official Guidebook at number 3. Beyond just strategy, readers also highlighted other related books they found helpful or enjoyable. Popular titles included the Sakura Wars Original Art and Setting Material Book, the Sakura Wars, Eve of the Battle Novel, and the Kakusei Complete Guide again, showing that popular games like Sakura Wars and Kakusei generated significant interest across various book formats. A column notes that the popularity of a game directly influences the demand for related books, suggesting a strong connection between successful game releases and the diverse range of publications supporting them, from walkthroughs to art books and novels. This page continues the analysis of reader preferences for SEGA Saturn strategy guides and related publications, drilling down into the specific reasons behind their choices. Beyond just content quality, readers prioritize factors like the publisher's reputation and their compatibility with guides tailored to specific game genres they enjoy. Price is another major consideration, with many readers, especially younger ones, having a strict budget, often preferring guides around 1,000 yen or less. Economic realities significantly influence purchasing decisions, particularly given the frequent need for multiple guides. First impressions are also key, with the guide's cover design playing a vital role. Reasons cited for choosing a guide based on its appearance include whether it's shrink-wrapped for protection or features an enticing catchphrase or tagline on the cover, or obi, the paper strip around the book. Columns on the page further discuss the discrepancy between the prices publishers set and what buyers are willing to pay, and the sometimes overwhelming amount of information packed onto covers and obi strips, highlighting the need for clarity, especially when guides cover multiple platforms. This page presents the perspective of major publishers on creating strategy guides and related books for Sega Saturn games. Based on a direct survey, the survey asked publishers about their company, the team size and time involved in guide creation, their perceived rivals, contact information, and what makes their guides unique. The page is laid out with individual sections for different game guides and their respective publishers, including guides for games like Culdcept, Angelique Special 2, Super Robot Wars, FJ. League Pro Soccer Club Otsukuru 2, Dead or Alive, and Devil Summoner, Soul Hackers. Publishers discuss their varied approaches, from Culdcept's focus on appreciating the game as a work of art beyond just clearing it, to Super Robot Wars' fly aiming to be the most useful guide available, and Soul Hackers prioritizing clarity and being effective for game completion. Team sizes and development times are also noted, typically involving small teams over 1 to 3 months. Several publishers identify SoftBank or other publishers releasing guides for the same title as rivals. The anecdotal section shares frustrations, such as data being copied, or the difficulty some readers had finding guides despite demand. Overall, it provides insight into the development side of the strategy guide industry and their focus on accuracy, utility, and enhancing the player's experience. This page continues the survey of major publishers regarding their Sega Saturn game guides and related publications. We get further insights into the creation process for books covering titles like Steep Slope Sliders, Super Robot Wars F, featured multiple times, Legend of Galactic Heroes Plus, Goiken MUU Anarchy in the Nippon, Mobile Suit Z Gundam, latter part, and Bluebreaker. Publishers reveal their approaches vary widely, from dedicating significant time with large teams to focusing on specific aspects like game lore and artwork for collector's items. Some prioritize getting the guide out as quickly as possible, even day and date with the game release, while others aim to capture the essence of the game beyond just a walkthrough. Team sizes range from just a couple of people to 10, working for 1 to 3 months or even longer. Rivalries are sometimes seen as friendly competition, or simply non-existent, depending on the publisher's focus or market position. The section concludes with a humorous anecdote about reader questions and the practical challenges of fitting information like hidden item lists into limited page space. This page provides an extensive list of strategy guides and related publications for the Sega Saturn, compiled from reader surveys and additional research. This comprehensive list covers strategy guides, setting materials, art books, fan books, and even novels, intended as a complete guide for the year. The list is helpfully organized by publishers, detailing the title of the book and its price. You can find publications from numerous companies like Aspect, ASC2, Enix, NTT Publishing, Daibunsha, Koei, Kadokawa Shoten, and others. The range of games covered is vast, including popular titles like Atelier Marie, Mega Man X4, Super Robot Wars F, Mobile Suit Z Gundam, Angelique Special, Virtua Cop, Wild Arms, Neon Genesis, Evangelion, Resident Evil, Sakura Wars, and many more. It's fascinating to see the sheer volume and variety of supplementary books available for the platform, reflecting the diverse library of the Sega Saturn. The list serves as a great reference for collectors and fans looking for specific game lore or strategy details. This page continues the comprehensive list of Sega Saturn strategy guides and related publications that began on the previous page. It offers a vast catalog organized by publishers, detailing the title and price of each book, ranging from detailed walkthroughs and setting materials to fan books and art collections for numerous popular Saturn titles. Beyond the extensive list, this page features a special column titled, Talking to Kinokuniya Bookstore Staff, How to Buy Strategy Guides. This section offers valuable advice for gamers looking to purchase strategy guides. It highlights the importance of not rushing into a purchase just because a book is available, suggesting that the quality and usefulness of a guide aren't always directly proportional to how quickly it's released. The article advises readers to take their time, perhaps even waiting a bit to see reviews or hear opinions. Crucially, it encourages customers to ask the bookstore staff to allow them to look inside the book before buying, even if it's sealed. The staff are happy to open it up so you can verify the contents suit your needs, ensuring you're satisfied with your purchase. This practical advice is accompanied by an image of a smiling bookstore employee standing among shelves filled with books, likely including many of the guides listed. This page continues the comprehensive breakdown of available books and strategy guides for SEGA Saturn games. Expanding on the list from the previous page, it showcases a massive catalog from various publishers, detailing the titles and prices of guides, setting materials, fan books, and other related publications, covering a vast array of titles that were popular on the system. Seeing this sheer volume really emphasizes the depth and breadth of the Saturn's library and the dedicated community surrounding it. Beyond the extensive listing, there's an insightful editor's postscript that touches upon the value of these gamebooks. It argues that strategy guides aren't merely tools for completion, but can deepen one's appreciation for a game's world and story. Much like reading a novel or script enhances watching a film, gamebooks are portrayed as valuable media that allow enthusiasts to connect with games wherever they are. Additionally, a section analyzing gamebooks provides context on the state of these publications, noting the date of this feature as November 28, 1997, and listing the editorial and production staff involved. This page provides a dynamic overview of the SEGA Saturn's software landscape, with a large, striking image of Amy Rose from Sonic the Hedgehog in her red car taking center stage. The page is framed by the bold vertical text, SEGA Saturn Press. On the left, under the heading New Release Title, the page offers a quick catch-up on the very latest Saturn titles, including some making their debut. This section lists titles like E.Tude Etude, Ayakashi Ninden Kunoi Ichiban Plus, The Star Bowling Volume 2, and Volumes 8 and 9 of the Pradle disc series featuring different idols, along with Dragon's Dream. On the right, under the heading Coming Soon Soft, the focus shifts to titles that are just around the corner. It promises a closer look at these anticipated games, noting that this issue features a large collection of powerful titles. This section highlights major upcoming releases such as Sonic R, the strategic RPG Princess Crown, the fighting game Real Bout Fatal Fury Special, the futuristic racer Wipeout XL, the baseball simulation Jikyu Powerful Pro Yaku S, the tactical RPG Vandal Hearts, Blue Breaker, Kenyori mo Hohoemio, Sega Touring Car Championship, the idle game Hopstep Idol, and the visual novel Hukago Renai Club Koi no Etude. Together, these sections offer readers a snapshot of the exciting new and upcoming games available for the Sega Saturn. This page delves into Etude, described as part of a larger project set to expand across various media. The core objective of this adventure game is for the protagonist, in their final 3 months of student life, to discover a goal for their future. It highlights a unique system where player actions influence how characters behave in subsequent events, moving beyond simple branching narratives. The game features both male and female protagonists, making it broadly appealing. Screenshots show typical adventure scenes with dialogue, depicting interactions between characters on city streets and outside cafes. A status screen illustrates the game's mechanics, centered around abilities and skills represented by a hexagonal grid. The game states the female protagonist is Saeki Hitomi, and players can learn skills based on experience gained from ability values, which are tied to performance in minigames. Profiles introduce key characters. Fujino Azusa, a studious daughter of a clinic owner striving to meet expectations. Saiki Yumi, the protagonist Hitomi's younger sister, who is childish despite her age due to strict upbringing. And Hagiwara Mami, a cheerful, ordinary girl known for being chatty. Etude is being developed by Takuyo, and is slated for a 1998 release. This page features previews for 2 upcoming Sega Saturn titles. First up is Ayakashi Ninden Kunoichi Ichiban Plus, a training simulation game making its way to Saturn after proving popular on PC and PlayStation. Set in a near-future Japan, players take on the role of a ninja trainee, aiming to graduate by protecting 3 girls and earning the right to serve someone they admire. The game involves managing schedules, performing various actions that affect character parameters, and experiencing event scenes. Profiles introduce the protagonist, Kaede Hagakure, and the 3 girls she must protect, Miyuki Tono, Tsukiha Kuno, and Kasumi Fujiki. The preview notes it's currently 50% complete. Also previewed is the Star Bowling Volume 2, a bowling simulation game that lets players interact with popular voice actors. Described as being 100% complete, this is the 2nd volume in the series. The game comes on 2 discs. Disc 1 features a story mode where you aim to win tournaments alongside a voice actor partner and a training mode, while Disc 2 includes versus matches and minigames. A key element of the story mode is raising your affection level with your chosen voice actor partner through dialogue and actions. The page highlights 5 voice actors featured in the game: Yuriko Yamaguchi, Haruna Ikezawa, Naoko Matsui, Chieko Honda, and Kyoko Hikami, noting that players can choose one as their partner. The preview shows screenshots of the bowling gameplay and character interaction screens. This page features previews for 2 upcoming releases in the Praydol disc series from SATURN. These appear to be digital photo and movie collections rather than traditional games, highlighting popular idols. First up is Praydol Disc Volume 8, featuring Emiko Furukawa, known from the late-night show Breakout. Released on November 27th for 3,000 yen, this title is described as a digital photo collection recommended for all ages. It promises high-quality movies and photos, including sexy shots, along with interactive content like a 100 questions section and a familiar minigame, allowing fans to make her smile. All yours. Following on December 4th, also for 3,000 yen, is Praydol Disc Volume 9, starring Kaiko Nagamatsu. Active in CMS like Kiss Mint and Gravure, she is presented as your very own private idol. This collection includes over 300 photo points, private shots taken by her, behind-the-scenes making-of footage, and a 100 questions corner where she answers various topics. Notably, it boasts over 30 minutes of movie content, letting you learn everything about her. This page introduces Dragon's Dream, a network RPG unique to the Sega Saturn. Unlike earlier modem games that were primarily 1v1, Dragon's Dream allows multiple players to enjoy adventures together in real time across the same world. The page explains that a net game is simply a game where players interact and communicate through their avatars in a shared online space. To start, you create your own character, customizing their race, age, and special abilities using orbs. There are 8 races and 5 different orbs offering various combinations. Once your character is ready, you connect online and head to the town of Miliopolis. The tavern is the place to be, where you can meet other players, form a party for adventuring, and exchange valuable information. From town, you venture into dungeons, which are updated regularly and offer increasing difficulty as you level up. You can also visit the town guild to level up based on your experience. The network fun doesn't stop at adventuring. The game is packed with features like chat for real-time conversations, a message board, and even mail exchange. You can also trade or sell items acquired during your quests. To get online and play, you'll need a modem and keyboard for your Saturn. The page details how to obtain these and apply for the service, which was available for distribution until the end of March 1998. It's a compelling look at Sega's push into online gaming with a full-fledged RPG experience. This page focuses on the upcoming racing game, Sonic R. The headline announces, "Another mighty foe, Metal Knuckles appears," highlighting the reveal of a new character for the game. Following Metal Sonic, Metal Knuckles is introduced as the second character to be revealed. Created by Dr. Eggman based on Knuckles, this is a brand new character never seen before in the Sonic series. The page features several screenshots showing gameplay from the game, including races on the Resort Island and Radical City courses. It also discusses the gameplay, noting that Metal Sonic runs similarly to Sonic on the ground, but his running style is described as even more forward-leaning, almost as if he's about to fall over. Another section speculates on Metal Knuckles' abilities, noting his large claws and head thrusters, and asking if his abilities are the same as Knuckles. The text also mentions a mysterious mode, where Metal Knuckles is faced in a one-on-one battle, and suggests he might have higher performance than Metal Sonic. The page also offers strategies for completing the shortest laps on the 2 featured courses. Overall, the page builds excitement for Sonic SAR and the new playable character, Metal Knuckles. This page gives us a detailed breakdown of the performance characteristics of the newly revealed character, Metal Knuckles, in Sonic SAR. Following up on his introduction, the magazine delves into his stats and abilities, suggesting he might be the most powerful racer yet. The analysis covers 3 key areas: acceleration, handling, and special ability. Metal Knuckles boasts high initial acceleration and top speed, making him a powerhouse on straight sections of the track. However, his acceleration seems to slow down when trying to get from mid-range speeds to high speeds. When it comes to handling, he's noted as being slightly less agile in rotation than Metal Sonic, but he loses minimal speed when drifting. This makes him well suited for courses with long straights and fewer tight corners, while more technical courses might be a challenge. His special ability is gliding, similar to Knuckles, but with the added benefit of maintaining his normal running speed while airborne, which can help navigate tricky sections. The page also features comparison races, pitting Metal Knuckles against the time attack mode ghosts of other characters. He's shown easily outrunning Knuckles and quickly recovering from mistakes. The showdown against Metal Sonic is described as an intense battle due to their differing performance traits, making it difficult to definitively say who is faster overall. The content suggests that understanding and utilizing each character's unique strengths and weaknesses is key to success and the fun of the game. This page provides expert strategies for achieving the fastest times on two classic Sonic Star courses, Resort Island and Radical City. For Resort Island, the guide emphasizes getting a strong start with a spin dash. It then details a bold shortcut by jumping across the water to a small island immediately after the start, bypassing the initial turn. Another crucial tactic involves cutting through the forest section after the hairpin turn, making sure to avoid trees. Finally, it advises completely skipping the large loop near the finish line, taking a path to the right instead to save significant time and aim for a sub 20-second lap. The Radical City strategy kicks off with a spin dash acceleration, similar to Resort Island. The key here is selecting the correct lower route after the first tunnel, being careful not to fall into the city below. The guide then points out two important shortcuts. The first is accessed by breaking through a barrier on the left after the central intersection, and the second is near the end, requiring you to jump through a ring gate after collecting enough rings. Mastering these shortcuts is essential for hitting the target 35-second lap time on this technically challenging course. This page previews the upcoming action RPG Princess Crown from Atlas, which is announced as 100% complete and set for release on December 11, 1997. The developers highlight the enjoyable combat, which has a fighting game feel, alongside an emotional RPG story, noting a previous delay but promising a high-quality final product. The core gameplay system involves gathering information through conversations. This information is crucial as it unlocks new areas on the map, allowing players to expand their exploration range and tackle new incidents to progress the story. It emphasizes that merely knowing about a place isn't enough. You must learn how to get there. While the game features a cast of 4 main characters, players must first complete the scenario of Gradriel, the princess prominently featured, before they can access the other character storylines. The page is supported by screenshots showing the game's conversation interface, map screen, and action sequences. The next page dives deeper into the combat system and controls for Princess Crown, explaining mechanics that weren't fully detailed in previous articles. Now that the developers have a sample room ready, they can finally break down how to play this anticipated action RPG. The page covers fundamental actions like the item ring, allowing players to quickly select usable items during battle, evade actions to skillfully dodge enemy attacks, and basic attacks which can be varied using directional inputs and different button presses. A crucial element highlighted is the power gauge, located beneath the health bar. This gauge depletes as you perform actions, and when it's empty, you can't do anything, not even defend. It recovers naturally over time, making resource management key to victory. Fast movement, known as the dash, is also explained, separate from other attacks. The article then details how to execute various special moves using simple controls. Instead of complex fighting game inputs, these powerful attacks require easy combinations. The special move is performed by holding the attack button, a jump attack is done by attacking mid-air, consecutive attacks come from rapidly pressing the attack button, and a wake-up attack is available by pressing up and attack while recovering from being knocked down. The simplicity of these controls is praised, making it accessible for anyone, even those unfamiliar with fighting game mechanics, to utilize the full range of moves. This page expands on Princess Crown's mechanics, focusing on defense and item usage. Guarding, dependent on the power gauge, requires strategic management to avoid vulnerability. Evasion involves precise timing to activate an evade window, offering sidesteps for offensive positioning, or backsteps for distance. Mastering these defensive moves is key to survival. Beyond combat, the game incorporates RPG item usage with limited inventory slots, encouraging active item use. The unique cooking mechanic lets players combine ingredients and seasonings to create dishes that restore stamina and stats. Finally, magic is implemented through consumable items like magic stones, wands, and scrolls, offering powerful attacks with limited uses. This page dives into the Saturn release of Real Bout Special, highlighting some key features exclusive to this version. It introduces the original mode, which adds 2 new options beyond the standard CPU battles: Chance Fight and CPU Player versus Player. The main focus here is the Chance Fight mode. In Chance Fight, if you successfully perform a specific action 5 times within a single round of a match, you trigger a special rule match against the next CPU opponent. There are 2 types of these special matches. One where you start with a full power gauge, and another where you start with half health. The stakes are high, as winning these matches doubles your score, but losing halves it. Despite the outcome, you always progress to the next stage, adding a thrilling risk-reward element to the standard progression. The page also mentions other benefits of the Saturn port, including the addition of a practice mode and making the fan-favorite character Geese Howard immediately available from the start, unlike in previous versions where he was often hidden. The developer also shares excitement for the game, noting how fun and well-made it is. The release date is confirmed for December 23rd, and it's explicitly stated that the SEGA Saturn expansion RAM cartridge is required to play this version of the game. The page features the game's logo prominently, along with various character screenshots, including some fun chibi representations. This page continues the deep dive into Real Bout Special for the SEGA Saturn, focusing further on the exclusive Original mode introduced on the previous page. It elaborates on the 2 special match types within this mode. First, it highlights the Chance Fight, triggered under specific conditions, emphasizing the score risk. Win, and your points double. Lose, and they're halved. This mode includes a variation titled, Suddenly the Gauge is Bright Red, which allows for unlimited use of super special moves, adding a chaotic element to the fight. The page then details the invading player aspect of Original mode. This is where a random CPU-controlled opponent, such as a child, girl, foreigner, or master, can interrupt your game mid-playthrough. It's a one-shot deal. If you lose to the invader, you cannot continue from that point. The child character featured is shown dressed as Terry Bogard, adding a humorous touch. The text confirms that the CPU invaders in Original mode can appear multiple times, and specifically mentions Joe Higashi and Wolfgang Krauser as characters the CPU is particularly skilled with, reinforcing this with portraits of both fighters. The overall tone suggests these modes offer unique and challenging twists on the standard game progression. Wipeout 2097 is a futuristic anti-gravity racing game promising intense speed and exhilarating gameplay. It builds upon its predecessor with improved course designs, strategic item usage, and varied game modes like arcade and time trial. The game features diverse tracks with sharp corners, dynamic layouts, and pit lanes for energy and weapon recovery. Weapon pickups are strategically placed throughout the courses, enhancing combat and steering. The article highlights the game's intense experience, visual design, and futuristic atmosphere, showcased by screenshots of diverse environments and the in-game display. Released on March 5, 1998, the game addresses criticisms of the first Wipeout, ensuring a pure racing experience accompanied by a techno soundtrack. This page features JIKU Powerful Pro Yaku S, the latest installment in the popular Power Pros baseball series, announced for a December 4th release. This title is highlighted for its completed status and readiness for release. The article serves as an introduction for newcomers, emphasizing the core fun of the pitching and batting gameplay, describing the excitement and strategic depth involved. It mentions the game's realistic elements, including the use of real player names and official data, and showcases various game modes available. Screenshots illustrate the unique visual style, the pitching camera view, and the batting system, which involves positioning a cursor to hit the ball effectively. The page sets up the next section, which will delve deeper into the game's success mode. This entry promises to be a significant baseball release for the platform. This page dives into the highly anticipated success mode of Power Pros. It explains that players start by creating a custom character, choosing whether they want to be a pitcher or a batter, and setting various details like position, dominant arm, hometown, nickname, hobbies, appearance, and pitching/batting style. This mode simulates a 3-year journey from joining a pro team to hopefully making it to the first squad. The core of the page is the real story section, which chronicles the journey of a sample character named Morrow. It follows him through key events in his career across the 3 years, describing the ups and downs, frustrations, and moments of progress. The narrative emphasizes the emotional roller coaster of trying to make it as a professional baseball player, stating that life is truly a mix of joy and sorrow, in this mode. Screenshots show event scenes and training progress, highlighting the character interactions and challenges faced. Finally, the page concludes with the satisfaction of Macro achieving his goal and being promoted to the first team, evidenced by an in-game screenshot showing him at bat in a professional game. This mode offers a deep, narrative-driven experience beyond just playing games, making the journey to the pros a central part of the fun. Power Pro's Success Mode lets players develop a baseball player through command inputs. Players manage motivation, physical condition, and use commands like training, ability up, recovery, phone, and review to progress. The mode simulates a baseball career with an annual schedule, including seasons, off-seasons, and key events like the draft and contract renewal. The Days of Glory and Fruit section showcases the mode through 2 example player journeys. One story follows a pitcher's path, detailing struggles and challenges in their career. The other highlights a batter's journey, including teammate interactions and romantic interests. Both narratives demonstrate the dedication needed to succeed, emphasizing the realistic simulation aspects of the game. Screenshots illustrate command screens, event scenes, and player status. This page offers a guiding hand to players tackling the early chapters of Vandal Hearts, specifically covering strategies for battles within chapters 1 through 3. It emphasizes mastering the core battle system, understanding how terrain impacts combat, and executing effective enemy management, such as isolating targets and securing treasure. The guide breaks down key tactical points for the first 6 battles, advising on everything from initial unit positioning and equipment preparation to utilizing specific character abilities and class roles. A character analysis section details key party members like Ash, Hose, Keys, and Alina, outlining their strengths, recommended class paths, and strategic uses on the battlefield, highlighting the importance of protecting vulnerable units like Ash due to his role in defeat conditions, and leveraging characters like Keys as a defensive shield or Hose for ranged attacks. The overall aim is to provide players with essential tactical knowledge to navigate the initial challenges of the game's strategic combat. The next page continues the deep dive into Vandal Hearts, picking up the strategy guide from Chapter 2, focusing on the search for General Velasco on Gilbaris Island. It covers battles 7 through 12, offering tactical breakdowns for each scenario. For instance, it details protecting villagers by blocking paths in Battle 7, discusses the challenge of obtaining buried items even in an otherwise easy victory in Battle 8, and provides positioning advice to intercept enemies and secure hidden items in Battle 9 while warning against hazardous terrain. Battle 10 offers tactics for dealing with ranged enemies on castle walls, and Battle 11 gives a detailed strategy for confronting the boss, Velasco, emphasizing luring tactics and managing enemy types before focusing on the main target. Battle 12 highlights the importance of unit placement to prevent enemy escapes. Beyond the main campaign battles, an exciting revelation for Saturn owners is the confirmation of 10 exclusive additional stages available after completing the game, suggesting continued challenges and treasures await those who reach the ending under specific conditions. The character analysis section provides insights into party members like Hulkus, Rador, Rain, and Galan, outlining their optimal roles, recommended class changes, and strategic uses on the battlefield based on their unique strengths and weaknesses. Chapter 3 of the Vandal Hearts Strategy Guide, Escape to Tomorrow, details battles 13 to 19, following Ash and his companions' time warp predicament. Battle strategies include overcoming ghosts, defending towers, utilizing characters like Ash and Rador to draw fire, employing attack magic, terrain manipulation, and turn-based tactics. The guide emphasizes flanking maneuvers and protecting vulnerable characters. Additionally, the guide reveals 6 hidden stages, unlocked by finding hidden items and using the transfer shrine. The character analysis section focuses on Ammon, Samdera, Louisa, Genius, and Sternhalf, highlighting their classes, strategic roles, and the importance of choices affecting gameplay. This page features a guide for the dating RPG, Bluebreaker, developed by Human and HumanX. This game isn't just about defeating the Demon King, it's also about finding a marriage partner among the female characters, making it a complex experience. The guide focuses heavily on the relationship aspect, offering tips on how to build affection and trust, which are key internal parameters affecting endings. It explains that meeting various potential partners requires fulfilling specific conditions and exploring different locations, especially in the early stages. Players are advised to actively seek out events and information at the guild. Maintaining good relationships is crucial. Letting party members die in combat or overworking them can negatively impact affection. The guide also suggests using the guild to talk to girls and gauge their mood, recommending giving gifts but warning that only valuable items found in dungeons are effective. Combat is primarily auto, but knowing when to issue commands is important, as manual input can have mixed results depending on the situation. This page highlights that success in Bluebreaker is as much about winning hearts as it is about winning battles. This guide focuses on 4 recruitable female characters in the dating RPG Bluebreaker. AASHA, with her early game healing and passive HP regeneration, is highly valuable. Calmi, a powerful fighter, boosts the party's attack. Surge, a mage, excels at debuffing and skill attacks, with a bonus of reducing enemy HP after defeat. Yam, a swift character, increases post-battle earnings, making her a financial asset. Each character offers unique battle advantages and has specific recruitment requirements, including location, items, and potentially the in-game calendar or other characters' presence. The guide also highlights character illustrations, status screens, and ideal gifts, blending RPG mechanics with dating sim elements. This helps players optimize their party and build relationships. This character guide for Bluebreaker details 4 potential party members. Narutar, a powerful late-game attacker, requires patience to recruit and is found in a cave at Relay Point 6, but only if information is obtained and within 9 days. Hamyun, a mage with strong magic offense and defense, joins later in the game after making the correct choices in the Magic Kingdom mug. Maya, from the Machine Kingdom, boosts attack accuracy and critical hit chance, found in Gilded after visiting Shinma on Earth Guardian days. Turner, a fairy, supports the party by recovering EP and providing long-range bow attacks, and can be found in the fairy village, Ili, after a specific event in the Magic Kingdom mug. This page focuses on the SEGA Saturn version of SEGA Touring Car Championship, covering strategies now that it's just been released, and revealing exciting new features. A major highlight is the ability to train your own AI driver. You can choose the SEGA Racing Proto Car, yellow and black, and by repeatedly racing the championship mode, the game learns your driving style and line, creating a personalized AI opponent based on your performance. While the Proto Car's base stats aren't exceptionally high, its characteristics are similar to father cars, making it comfortable for players used to that style. The page also explains how to utilize these trained AI cars. You can race against your own AI in the option mode by setting CPU car to AI car, leading to intense, level battles as all opponents become reflections of your driving. Furthermore, you can copy your trained AI data to a memory cartridge and exchange it with friends for virtual battles in versus race mode. This unique feature, exclusive to the Saturn version, allows for deep replayability and competition with your own creations. The reviewer seems particularly excited about this AI training and battling aspect, noting it's a crucial feature not found in previous racing games. Basic game info is also present, confirming the release date, price, and multiplayer support. This guide focuses on mastering SEGA Touring Car Championship on the Saturn. Key techniques include weight transfer control, understanding how braking and acceleration affect grip. Smooth, deliberate inputs on the accelerator, brake, and steering are crucial, particularly in rear-wheel drive cars. Beginners should prioritize driving the record line, the established tire path, for a safe and efficient learning approach. Specific track advice is given for the country circuit, recommending full throttle in 6th gear for most of the lap due to its simple layout. Challenging sections like Turn 1, the right-hand bend before the final corner, and the final corner are highlighted. The arcade side mode, with lower tire grip, demands more careful driving, especially in the tricky turns. The next page introduces the boys' idle training simulation game, Hopstep Idle. This looks like a simulation game where you scout and train male idols. The page features Chiba-style character art of various boys in suits, alongside larger screenshots showing gameplay menus and character interactions. The article highlights the key aspects of the game, starting with the scouting process. It explains how to set up your own character and then venture out into different areas like Shinjuku, Harajuku, and Shibuya to find potential idol candidates. The process involves choosing a location, gathering information about people there, and then attempting to scout them. Important scouting tips are provided, emphasizing the need for strategy, persistence, and understanding the potential idol's personal life and background. You might not succeed on the first try, but being persistent is key. Screenshots illustrate the location selection map and dialogue options during scouting attempts. Game details are listed, including the publisher Media Entertainment, a release date of December 4th, a price of 6,800 yen, and that it's a one-player game recommended for all ages. It seems like a deep dive into the world of discovering and nurturing young talent in the Japanese idol industry format. focusing specifically on male idols. This page continues the guide for the idol training simulation game, Hop Step Idol, focusing on what happens after scouting your potential idols. Forming the group. Once you've selected your boys, solo is also an option. You move on to the group formation exam. It's crucial to choose wisely, as boys not selected can't be trained later. You'll name the group, as shown with the example Sonic, and then decide on a leader based on their potential leadership qualities. A major focus during group activities is compatibility among members. Poor compatibility can lead to conflicts and even the group disbanding. The guide emphasizes checking compatibility regularly by talking to the leader or observing interactions. Compatibility isn't static. It changes based on the producer's actions, like having members work or train together. Lessons in work involve managing member stats like singing, dance, acting, and charm, all influenced by their relationships. You also need to balance group activities, which boost overall group popularity and unity, with solo activities, which help individual members grow but can impact group harmony. Visiting the dormitory allows you to observe member interactions directly. The game also introduces complex decisions, such as whether to prioritize a member's potential romantic relationships over their career goals, adding depth to the management simulation. This page previews the upcoming SEGA Saturn dating simulation game, Anata no Renai Kagokoi, focusing on introducing two of the potential romance options. The game is listed as 80% complete and scheduled for a January 15, 1998 release, rated for 18 years and older. Featured prominently are character profiles and illustrations. We meet Horikawa Nanase, a first-year high school student who is apparently quite popular due to her straightforward nature and charm. She's described as someone who joined a club just to get closer to the protagonist. The other character introduced is Orihara Sane, a second-year student. She's depicted with a more reserved personality initially, having had feelings for the protagonist but unable to express them. She joined the same club as Nanase, encouraged by her, and finds the opportunity to talk to the protagonist like a dream. However, she struggles with the conflict of knowing Nanase also likes the protagonist, leading to inner turmoil. The page includes snippets of text seemingly representing the character's inner thoughts or dialogue, offering insight into their personalities and their complex feelings regarding the protagonist and each other. The game promises a look into the emotional struggles and relationships formed after school. This page continues the preview of the upcoming SEGA Saturn dating simulation game, Anata no Renai Kagokoi, introducing two more potential romance options. First up is Kawaii Hinako, described as someone who makes everyone feel kind when they are near her. She's the older sister of the protagonist's friend and a member of the Love Club. Her personality is gentle and easygoing, and her hobbies include online shopping and taking walks, hinting at her calm nature. Her profile lists her birthday as July 7th, her school as Tsutsumigaoka High School, blood type B, and her measurements. Next, we meet Nito Kanami, whose appearance as a kogyaru, a term for a trendy, fashion-conscious young woman, is said to be a way to hide her plain self. Initially, the protagonist misjudges her based on her looks, but through interactions, they discover her true, less flashy personality. She also joins the club the protagonist is in. The page includes snippets of dialogue showing her reactions and thoughts, such as feeling shy or admitting her interest. Her profile lists her birthday as October 8th, her school as Tsutsumigaoka High School, first year, blood type B, and her measurements. Her hobby is bodyboarding. The page emphasizes that the game will explore the relationships and events within the Love Club, featuring these characters among its members. The illustrations and dialogue snippets provide a glimpse into their individual personalities and how they interact with the protagonist. This page continues the look at the SEGA Saturn version of Anata no Renai Kakume Club, showcasing some of its event scenes and features. The first section discusses girls' monologues, special events that occur at the end of the day, revealing the inner thoughts and feelings of the girls. These private moments, normally unknown to the protagonists, offer valuable hints about their personalities and feelings. Next, the page covers dating the girl you're interested in. Weekend dates are booked using date tickets and are presented as a casual way to enjoy romance that can evolve into something serious. The success of these dates is critical for the protagonist. Screenshots show sample dialogue from date scenarios. Animation is highlighted as being incorporated throughout the game, adding depth to the events. Examples shown include a girl playing tennis illustrating how these sequences enhance the experience. A useful feature mentioned is the ability to hide the text window with a single button press, allowing players to fully appreciate the character artwork and event CGS. This ensures you can see the characters clearly during important moments. Finally, the page introduces an album feature. All event scenes you witness are recorded here, letting you revisit your favorite moments and memories with the girls whenever you like. There's also a special offer for readers of SEGA Saturn Magazine, giving away 100 original after-school Love Club mousepads, an exclusive item not available for sale. This page kicks off a comprehensive strategy guide section titled SEGA Saturn Soft Complete Guide, focusing on titles released after the console's initial launch. A striking illustration dominates the left side, featuring a stylized, muscular lion character with vibrant blue-green hair and a red sash, likely promoting one of the games discussed. The text explains that this corner offers detailed strategies for post-launch SEGA Saturn software. It highlights specific upcoming coverage, noting that after this section, readers should also look forward to Demon Dialogue. Featured guides mentioned with page references include Let's Make a Soccer Team. 2. Starting on page 176, Setsukaze no Shima Monogatari. Beginning on page 182. The character illustration is credited to Setsukaze no Shima Monogatari. This page delves into the coaching and player development aspects of Let's Make a Soccer Team. 2. It emphasizes how understanding your coach's comments is crucial to knowing a player's true ability. The guide explains that you can check a player's development monthly by listening to the coach's feedback, which changes as they improve. The game features different player levels, specifically highlighting regular class and world class. A major section focuses on identifying player weaknesses through meetings and comments, warning players not to be fooled by vague statements of comments. It provides examples of coach comments indicating different levels of problem with a player's positioning. Another section discusses developing players by focusing on their strengths first, referred to as sales points. It notes that while addressing glaring weaknesses is sometimes necessary, it's often more efficient to build upon existing talents. The guide shows how coach comments during sales point discussions relate to the player's progress, covering aspects like judgment, reading the game, mentality, and captaincy. It points out that comments on mentality and captaincy can indicate a player is reaching their age-related peak. This page continues the deep dive into managing your team in Let's Make a Soccer Team. 2. Focusing on the crucial role of the coach's feedback in player development. It explains how to discern a player's true potential and even recognize when they might be reaching their peak ability by carefully listening to the coach's comments after training. The guide also reveals another interesting layer of assessment. Using fan polls. Apparently, even fan voting can provide valuable insight into a player's performance and popularity, offering rankings based on both ability and general appeal. A significant portion is dedicated to detailing the specific types of comments you'll receive from your coach during individual training sessions, broken down by player position. It covers comments for strikers, chance makers, dribblers, defensive midfielders, center backs, side backs, attacking defenders, and goalkeepers. For each position, it provides examples of feedback for both regular class and world class players, illustrating how their progress is evaluated in their specialized roles through the coach's eyes. Screenshots show practice sessions and the associated player stats and comments. This page continues the in-depth guide for J.League Pro Goal Club 2, focusing on the vital feedback provided by the coach during training sessions. It details the various types of basic training available, such as pass, dribble, shoot, defense, free kick, running, muscle training, and special adjustment. For each training type, the guide explains how the coach offers different comments depending on whether a player is considered regular class or world class, indicating their progress, current skill level, and potential for growth in that area. Beyond basic skills, the page also covers special training types aimed at improving a player's aptitude for specific positions: FW aptitude, MF aptitude, DF aptitude, and GK aptitude. The coach's comments in these sections similarly provide insight into how well a player is developing into their designated role. Screenshots showcase the training menu interfaces, player information screens, and even a moment from a match, giving a visual sense of the game. A useful tip is highlighted, emphasizing that while training is key, improving the vital coordination between players is best achieved by playing actual matches. This page underscores the complexity and detail in monitoring player development through the coach's eyes. This page continues the in-depth exploration of J.League Pro Goal Club 2's training system, shifting focus from individual skills to team-wide concepts, systems, formations, and tactics. The guide highlights how the coach provides crucial feedback on player understanding and execution of these strategic elements. For various formations like 442, 433, and 352, the coach's comments differentiate between regular class players, who are grasping the basic concepts, and world-class players, who are effectively utilizing the formation and executing related tactics at a high level. The guide stresses the importance of selecting a system with foresight, considering the team's long-term goals. Similarly, when it comes to tactics such as attack/defense balance, zone press, counter, and libero, the coach evaluates how well players implement them. Regular class feedback indicates foundational understanding, while world-class comments praise successful in-game application and strategic nuance. The coach offers advice on choosing tactics, suggesting beginners might start with balanced approaches before tackling more complex ones like counter or libero if funds allow. Screenshots illustrate the game menus for selecting and reviewing systems and tactics. This page clearly demonstrates how mastering team strategy, guided by the coach's feedback, is as vital as individual skill development. This page highlights the unique SEGA Saturn title, Kaze to Namae to Tomodachi to The Wind, The Name, and Friends. It's described as a bookmaking adventure set on Whirlwind Island, where players use wisdom and imagination to weave a wonderful story into a picture book. The game centers around Canopus, a dragon person who has just awakened from a chrysalis and is tasked with filling a lost story with a new one. The page features several small panels with narrative text and screenshots, hinting at the game's characters and locations. We see glimpses of a place with nothing but rocks and a chrysalis, suggesting the protagonist's origin. There's an image of the book without a name that holds the story. Screenshots showcase various settings and characters, including a big spider and a witch who are searching for something, and a dancing man who is tight-lipped. The overall presentation combines illustrative artwork with in-game screenshots. The page announces that the game is highly praised and now on sale. It's a distinctive title, focused on narrative and creativity rather than action. This page features the unique adventure RPG Nanatsukaze no Shima Monogatari, Tale of the Seven Winds Island, directed by the acclaimed SFX artist Keita Amemiya. Priced at 6,800 yen excluding tax, the first print limited edition includes a premium CD featuring Keita Amemiya's original design artwork. The game boasts a stunning fantasy world brought to life by Keita Amemiya and his collaborators, described as being as beautiful as an illustration. Numerous screenshots showcase the game's distinct art style and vibrant environments. The page also highlights the inclusion of SEGA Saturn's first Dynamation movies, a stop-motion animation technique used to express the secrets of the game's central theme, Dream, inviting players to unravel its mysteries. The page prominently announces that the game is now on sale and lists Enix as involved, alongside other creative studios. It's clear this title aimed to stand out with its artistic direction and unique visual presentation. This page offers a strategy guide for Nanatsukaze no Shima Monogatari, covering the early chapters from the prelude up to Chapter 4. As explained here, this adventure RPG isn't heavy on traditional dialogue. Instead, puzzle solving often relies on your actions and interacting with the environment. The guide highlights key mechanics like the importance of unique actions and item usage. For example, you'll meet distinct characters like a merchant fascinated by bugs, whom you can help with his collection, and the knowledgeable soul, whose abstract advice can be crucial when you're stuck. The walkthrough details progression points, such as obtaining the black feather near the floating wind rock and using the fruit of the treehouse in specific locations to unlock new areas. A significant early puzzle involves interacting with the sentient door's face in a newly acquired house. Its name is hidden within the almanac nearby. By correctly answering personal questions, you earn the door's approval and secure the house. It emphasizes that hints can come from unexpected sources, not just traditional conversations with people. This is clearly a game that rewards exploration and experimentation with its unique, action-based puzzle design. This page continues the strategy guide for Nanatsukaze no Shima Monogatari, focusing on the early progression through Chapters 1 and 2. Chapter 1, titled Friend of the First, guides players through the initial area, meeting the inhabitant Neef. By helping Neef find a suitable name, you receive a horn flute. This item is crucial for interacting with the Elder Tam, who requests help collecting Wakamushi. Successfully assisting her yields the blue horn flute, which is then used to summon Hasamine Izumi, the scissor-wielding companion seen previously. A clear point highlights a method to make Wakamushi reappear by scrolling the screen. Chapter 2. Kanzu appears. Introduces the antagonists Kanzu and the propeller rabbit. After a competitive challenge involving timed jumps shown in a screenshot, the guide details how to help the bound Clion, another character seen in screenshots. The solution involves using the blue horn flute to signal Kisuke, who uses his impressive scissors to cut Clion free. Finally, the page includes a useful bug guide for the early grass plaza and pyramid areas. It presents several types of easily caught bugs essential for collection, shown with their images. This section is key for players interested in the game's collecting aspect, detailing creatures like the jumping Higeru, the flamboyant Hoshikorogi, the rolling Wakamushi, and others like Appo and Honiari. The guide emphasizes that capturing bugs is a rewarding part of the game, though some, like Hate-Na, are rarely seen. Keeping the bug net ready is advised. Chapter 3 of The Legend of Oasis, Flying Tree, centers on obtaining and cultivating the tree's fruit. The player must befriend the wind lion near the pyramid by giving him the Waka stone to receive the fruit. Soul provides guidance on the ideal planting location and necessary wind conditions. Fukuro Gairu, awakened with the horn flute, reveals a planting spot. Key tasks involve consulting Soul and the wind record book. The guide also covers overcoming obstacles. Kisuke's scissors cut overgrown branches. Specific items fend off pests. Furthermore, the guide highlights the unique abilities of companions. Kisuke's scissors clear obstacles. Clion can fly and carry characters. And Rokuzu's powerful voice destroys rocks. Mastering these companion abilities is vital for progress. The next page continues the guide for The Legend of Oasis, detailing Chapter 4 and the use of wind. It explains the trial involves planting the wind fruit given by Hugh from the Wind Lion. The ideal planting spot is the water basin near the pyramid, but a mysterious force pulls Drive Garp underground. The hero must then collaborate with the hermit crab mole found there to escape. Upon escaping, the Windstone is acquired, which is a very useful item, as it allows you to return to the Wind Lion's home any time, making it great for saving your progress. The guide also provides general tips for progressing. Look for special locations that react or provide messages when examined. Always talk to non-player characters as they provide essential hints. Note the cabinet where placing different specimens changes the face's expression as a puzzle, and remember the names of residents, like name Jikinoko Spice who likes to hide, as knowing their names can be important for gathering information. This page features information about the game Zero Divide, the final conflict for the Sega Saturn. It's highlighted as a 3D polygonal fighting game, the final evolution of a popular series previously seen on other platforms, now making its debut on Sega Saturn. The main text includes a dramatic quote, seemingly from a character, "Stop me, I will erase my very existence," and XTAL. Below this, the text provides a brief synopsis. It describes a world in the 20XX year, where a highly advanced information network creates a network space. An aggressive program called XTAL is revived alongside an event known as the XTAL incident. Another program, Zulu, which has avoided evolution, finds that the malicious program XTAL from its past has been revived. To prevent its own destruction and the revival of XTAL, programs that have avoided evolution gather under Zulu. The page confirms the game's release date as the 20th of November, 1997, and the price as 5,800 yen. Visually, the page features the game's bold logo and title in both English and Japanese. There's futuristic character artwork, including a large mechanical spider-like design at the bottom. 2 gameplay screenshots are shown, depicting polygonal characters engaged in combat within 3D environments. The Zoom Inc. 1997 copyright is visible. This page features a special interview focusing on devil summoners, soul hackers, titled, Demon Slashes the Demon's Game. Demon Dialogue. The feature pits the demon gamer Raiden Tamazawa against key figures from the Shin Megami Tensei, Megaten, series development team, director Kuji Okada and demon painter Kazuma Kaneko. The article highlights this meeting as a significant event, proclaiming it potentially the greatest dialogue of the century. Raiden Tamazawa, presented with a unique persona and stated to be 103,300 years old, confronts the creators of this highly anticipated game, which is also celebrated as the 10th anniversary title for the Shin Megami Tensei series. The visuals show the three individuals during the interview session, captured in a film strip style, with backgrounds featuring series characters like Jack Frost. Dialogue snippets from the conversation are included, reflecting the playful and demon-themed nature of the discussion, such as comments about making someone an ally, or identifying someone as a good demon. The summary text emphasizes that the dialogue has now begun between the formidable demon gamer and the creators of the series. This page continues the special interview feature on Devil Summoners, Soul Hackers. The large title translates to something like, right from the start of the game, Red Man and a simple word appear, and you're like, whoa whoa! Laughs. The interview participants, introduced on the previous page, are featured prominently. Raiden Tamazawa of Sekima 2, director Koji Okada, and demon painter Kazuma Kaneko. Photos show Raiden Tamazawa in his distinctive stage persona and a smiling Kazuma Kaneko. Illustrations of various demons designed by Kaneko are also displayed. The conversation delves into the development and design philosophy behind Devil Summoners, Soul Hackers, particularly focusing on the unique demon conversation and demon fusion systems that are hallmarks of the Shin Megami Tensei series. They discuss how the goal was to give demons more personality during conversations compared to previous titles, making players feel a connection and making the act of recruiting or fusing them more engaging. Kaneko touches upon the challenge of designing a vast array of demons. The concluding remark from Kaneko suggests his ongoing focus is on challenging himself by designing more obscure and minor demons moving forward. The feature highlights the unique perspectives of a dedicated player, Raiden, and the game's key creators, Okada and Kaneko, discussing the intricacies of this iconic RPG series. This page continues the interview feature focused on Devil Summoners, Soul Hackers, featuring director Koji Okada, demon designer Kazuma Kaneko, and musician/player Raiden Tamazawa. Director Okada shares his strong belief that Soul Hackers represents a culmination of the series, considering it their finest work to date. The discussion delves into refining key series mechanics, particularly emphasizing that demon conversations are not merely numerous, but are designed to give each demon distinct personalities, making interactions feel more alive and engaging. The interview also touches upon the game's presentation, highlighting the commitment to 3D, illustrated by a screenshot showing a first-person dungeon view, which enhances immersion. Koji Okada describes his role as the insides person, focusing on the game's core mechanics, while Kazuma Kaneko is the visuals person responsible for the demon designs. They explain that Soul Hackers, while incorporating elements and even characters from previous Shin Megami Tensei games, is presented as a new story rather than a direct sequel, aiming to balance user-friendliness with the series' signature challenging gameplay. This page continues the special feature on Devil Summoner, Soul Hackers, picking up the interview with director Koji Okada and demon designer Kazuma Kaneko, now joined by musician Raiden Tamazawa, who provides a player's perspective. The discussion touches on development challenges, particularly the tight schedule and the constant need for design evolution. Kaneko jokes about challenging the Guinness World Records for the sheer number of demon designs created. They express hopes for the Shin Megami Tensei series' future, including ideas for more diverse demons and a continued focus on a cool direction. Okada emphasizes the richness of the game's story and messages, noting how even after finishing, there's still a lot to think about. Following the interview, Raiden Tamazawa offers his review of Soul Hackers. As a longtime player of the series, he declares complete satisfaction, giving the game a perfect 200-point score. He praises the game's dark atmosphere, the unique character designs, the balance of difficulty, and the compelling first-person dungeon crawling. Tamazawa highlights the deep demon negotiation system and the return of elements from previous titles as particularly enjoyable. He states he's played through it quickly and plans to play it again immediately. The page also features a screenshot showing the first-person dungeon exploration view and character art of the main male protagonist from Soul Hackers. There is also a brief news section about Sekima 2 concerts. This page introduces the opening of the SEGA Saturn Magazine forum, dedicated to the world of Shin Megami Tensei, created by its readers. The forum welcomes contributions, Kicking off with content focused on devil summoners, soul hackers, thanks to cooperation from Atlas. The VR Art Museum section showcases fan illustrations of soul hackers characters, highlighting the popularity of Namisa and Hitomi, whose contrasting personalities were noted as making them a great pair. The Megaton conference room features reader feedback and questions about soul hackers, including enthusiastic comments from players who have enjoyed the game, and a question regarding the existence of extra dungeons, to which the staff gives an intriguing response. Screenshots from the game's first-person perspective and character images are displayed. This week's Devil card is featured, presenting Fafnir, the immortal dragon redesigned with a cyber aesthetic by Kazuma Kaneko, noting its high level within the game. The VR Boutique section introduces Yuichi this month, inviting readers to submit cosplay photos. Finally, a Q&A addresses a fan theory about Spooky's true identity possibly being Yarab, with a response that neither confirms nor denies the possibility, referencing past character reveals in the series. The page concludes with an invitation for readers to send in illustrations, questions, and ideas for future forum content, with prizes offered for adopted submissions. This page continues the deep dive into devil summoners, soul hackers, revealing maps for the B1F, 1F, and 3F of Amami Airport, a key location in the game. It notes that the layout in the real world differs significantly from the Vision Quest version, hinting at completed areas and new secrets like treasure chests. Beware, as the demons encountered here are also higher level than before. An exciting point mentioned is the possibility of finding a part of Judah's comp within the airport, allowing players to potentially utilize his former demonic allies. The page also explains Namisa's unique magic system, revealing that her learnable spells are determined by an early game choice, falling into one of 3 elemental affinities: fire, ice, or electric. Finally, the demon crystal change mechanic is detailed, explaining how demons with maximum loyalty can be transformed into specific items, listing a few examples of demons and the unique gear or consumables they yield. A small screenshot shows a conversation with Spooky on a train, adding a touch of the game's atmosphere. This page continues exploring the world of devil summoners, soul hackers, focusing on various unique locations and mechanics. The VR Art Museum is detailed, where a quest to save Tomoko leads you into paintings that function as distinct dungeons, like the grid-based chess dungeon and the puzzle-filled labyrinth dungeon. Saving her requires navigating these areas and collecting items. The page also touches upon challenging areas, such as the Strange area, notorious for its looping layout where auto-mapping doesn't function, and the labyrinth dungeon itself, which demands careful observation and deciphering hints from strange creatures. Furthermore, the VR pet shop within Paradigm X is introduced as a crucial system for demon data exchange, allowing players to receive rewards like money, demons, or information by submitting demon data. Different clients, including Mr. Dina, Mr. Peter, Timing, and Miss Shiruku, offer unique requests and rewards. Finally, the L115 area in Shibaura becomes accessible after clearing Amami Airport, housing Spooky's software shop. Here, valuable GUMP install software is available for purchase, providing essential passive bonuses such as automatic HP recovery in dungeons, improved item drop rates, enhanced negotiation with female demons, and stabilized demon fusion. These upgrades are vital for navigating the game's increasing difficulty. This page features the tactical card game Arcana Strikes. It highlights the game's blend of strategic gameplay, monster collection, and deep customizations. The vibrant illustration of the main character sets the stage for an adventure where players collect and battle with over 300 unique cards. Screenshots showcase dungeon exploration, where the protagonist seeks new cards, and dynamic card battles where the power of sealed cards is unleashed. Players are encouraged to train their collected monsters, teaching them special moves to gain an edge in combat. The game boasts impressive graphics and sound, including a theme song produced by Toshihiko Takamizawa of the Alfie. As a special bonus, early buyers received a growing monster card in real life, replicating cards found in the game. Arcana Strikes offers a rich experience for fans of strategic card-based combat and monster collection on the SEGA Saturn. This page brings exciting news from Sega AM, focusing on their highly anticipated arcade lineup for the upcoming winter. The main highlight is Cyber Troopers Virtualon, Oratorio Tangram, the next evolution in the fast-paced robot combat series. Screenshots showcase the game's detailed virtuoids and intense battles, confirming it's a versus action game running on the powerful Model 3 arcade board. Anticipation is clearly high, with the page calling it the #1 most anticipated arcade game. The article mentions the introduction of a new Virtuoid, Feyan the Knight, and includes comments from the development staff, though the release date and completion percentage are still undecided. The page also briefly lists other upcoming SEGA AM titles under a super special report, including Behind Enemy Lines, SEGA Bass Fishing, Ski Champ, and Motor Raid. This page provides a tantalizing glimpse into SEGA AM's arcade future. This page continues the deep dive into Cybertroopers Virtual On, Oratorio Tangram, putting the spotlight squarely on the newly introduced Virtuoid, Feyan the Knight. The page declares Feyan as stronger, more fierce, cuter, with its emotional heart awakening. A large image showcases the 1P color scheme, a vibrant pink with key design features like prominent heart motifs scattered across its body, from chest to skirt to head. The text highlights Feyan's feminine form, intricate attacks, and mentions its ability to transform and emit sparkling light effects from its back as it moves. A screenshot shows Feyan in action on a battlefield that looks like an aircraft carrier, demonstrating its agility and unique visual flair. Interviews with the development staff provide insight. While the exact completion percentage remains unconfirmed, the team states significant progress has been made since the show demo. Regarding Feyan's design, publicity designer Mr. Arai affectionately calls the entire mech "my sweet honey," emphasizing the passion poured into its creation. Another staff member, Mr. Kawara, notes the substantial effort invested in designing all Virtua Arioids, hinting at exciting reveals for other mechs in the future. This page effectively introduces Feyan the Knight as a charming yet formidable addition to the Virtual On universe. This page continues the look at Cybertroopers Virtual On, Oratorio Tangram, this time highlighting Feyan the Knight's alternate 2P color scheme, a distinct purple and orange. The page delves into specific gameplay questions through a queue and a format, giving insights into the development progress and design choices. Questions cover topics like the apparent change in Feyan's weapons from previous appearances, specifically the sword and a mention of a bowgun. Another query asks about the meaning and effect of the heart symbol, sometimes seen above enemy heads during gameplay demos. There's also discussion about the persistent sparkling effect seen behind Feyan, and the possibility of a hyper-transformation or mode. The responses from the development staff often tease secrets, advising players to look forward to future reveals, or suggesting specific guidebooks like Schematic for more information. Screenshots showcase the 2P Feyan in action, including a dynamic shot-striking Raiden, emphasizing Feyan's agility and unique visual flair. The page confirms exciting information about Oratorio Tangram is coming soon. This page features previews of 2 upcoming arcade titles from SEGA. At the top is Behind Enemy Lines, a combat gun shooting game where players take on terrorists in 1999 to protect world peace. It boasts overwhelming realism and puts you in the boots of an elite tactical unit member operating from an armored vehicle, utilizing machine guns and missiles. Screenshots show intense vehicle combat sequences. The arcade cabinet features a large, vibrating gun controller for added immersion. This title is listed as 100% complete, runs on the powerful Model 2 board, and is scheduled for release soon. Below is Get Bass, known internationally as SEGA Bass Fishing. This is described as a completely realistic body-sensing bass fishing simulation. Running on the cutting-edge Model 3 board, it features highly realistic visuals and employs a specialized rod-type controller. Players challenge themselves to catch bass across 3 distinct areas. Success and progression depend on achieving a total weight above a set regulation. The page includes screenshots of gameplay, the area selection map, and the full cabinet setup complete with the rod controller and a platform that likely adds to the physical sensation of fishing. Like Behind Enemy Lines, Get Bass is also listed as 100% complete and is scheduled for imminent release. The focus is clearly on providing a highly immersive and realistic experience for both combat and fishing genres using SEGA's latest arcade technology. This page features exciting previews of more upcoming SEGA arcade titles. At the top is Ski Champ, a thrilling skiing simulation game. It promises dynamic skiing experience in diverse natural environments like mountaintops, vast forests, and even snowstorms. Rivals are AI, and potentially up to 4 human players via communication. The game utilizes a unique stock controller with a button that allows for actions like poling, enabling realistic skiing maneuvers, and sharp turns. It's built on the powerful Model 3 board, described as a body-sensing sports game, and is currently 90% complete and scheduled for operation soon. Below, under a scoop headline, is Narrated, a currently operating motorcycle combat racing game. The big news here is the reveal of commands to access a hidden extra stage and 2 types of phantom weapons that are normally only unlocked by achieving first place on all courses. The page provides specific button inputs for selecting these special weapons from the Course Select and Character Select screens. It's highlighted that these exclusive elements make the game even more exciting. Narrated runs on the Model 2 board. The special phantom weapons are described as a giant Horizon paper fan and a giant Pico hammer, adding a touch of humor with sound effects on hit. It also mentions the appearance of a giant Sonic character, referred to as Segal, in the final course. This page covers the arcade announcement of All Japan Pro Wrestling featuring Virtua, developed by Sega's AM2 team for the STV board. It's a big deal because it brings the realism of the popular wrestling promotion into the arcade, combining real-life All Japan fighters with characters from the Virtua series. The page features photos of legendary wrestlers like Giant Baba and Kenta Kobashi, who are appearing in the game. There's also an interview with the game's producer, Hiroshi Abaso, who discusses the development process and his deep respect for Giant Baba. A major highlight mentioned is the faithful reproduction of the wrestlers' appearances and fighting styles. They point out specific details like Mitsuharu Misawa's build and Giant Baba's unique physique, showing the level of dedication to realism. Screenshots showcase the in-game action, including a triumphant Giant Baba after a match. Adding to the excitement, it's revealed that Virtua Fighter's Wolf Hawkfield also makes an appearance, creating dream match possibilities. The article emphasizes that this arcade version aims to satisfy both wrestling fans and gamers with its detailed presentation and exciting gameplay. This page discusses the arcade version of All Japan Pro Wrestling featuring Virtua, developed by AM2. The game, capturing the spirit of AJPW, features 10 real wrestlers like Giant Baba, alongside Virtua Fighters Wolf Hawkfield and Jeffrey McWild. Motion capture from real wrestlers ensures realistic moves, including strikes, submissions, and top rope attacks. Controls are simplified from the Saturn version, optimized for arcade use. Key differences include control adjustments, balanced gameplay for faster matches, improved CPU AI, and display changes. AM2 head Yu Suzuki expresses his dedication to the project, blending Virtua Fighter characters with wrestling. A big news section highlights Wolf's real-world appearances at AJPW events, blurring the lines between the game and real-life wrestling. This page features a strategy guide from Sega's AM3 division, offering tips for mastering the first 4 events of Winter Heat. The game requires players to clear qualification lines in the initial events to unlock the latter half. For speed skiing, the core strategy is relentless button mashing. The faster you mash, the more your character tucks, improving speed and resisting wind. Endurance is key to maintaining this all the way to the finish. In ski jumping, the guide stresses that angle is paramount over raw speed. There are 3 main points: the run-up speed, again, button mashing, adjusting the jump angle, aiming for around 30 degrees, which is the most difficult part, and sticking the landing by watching your shadow. Screenshots show gameplay moments and example records, including passing times and world records, though the text clarifies these are default values. The guide emphasizes perfecting the jump-off timing to achieve good distances. This guide section for Winter Heat covers downhill and short-track skate. Downhill emphasizes course memorization, balancing speed, and cornering. Strategic jump timing is crucial to avoid crashes. Screenshots illustrate key moments like starts, jumps, and tight turns. Short track skate focuses on button mashing and precise stick control to maintain speed. Avoiding contact and smart line choices are vital. The guide highlights using the inner course to shorten distance and block opponents. The page also details secrets in Le Mans 24. Achieving specific lap times, under 1:15 for Circuit de la Sarthe or 1:08 for City, triggers a UFO appearance. Successfully completing endurance mode with an S or SS rank, winning the race, and covering over 1,000 kilometers unlocks a hidden camera angle featuring the Race Queen. The director hints at further undiscovered secrets. This page covers the results of the first Cyber Troopers Virtualon Quiz Championship, organized by Sega AM3. It details the breakdown of correct answers per prefecture and score tiers, showing participation from across Japan. The main content consists of the answers and explanations for the beginner, intermediate, and advanced questions. The quiz delved deep into Virtuon lore, game mechanics, and related media. Questions covered topics such as the specific length measurements in the game, character relationships like Feyen and Luca, references to strategy guides and books like Virtuon works, specific virtuoids like Raiden and Jaggi, stage names such as Six-Axis Gigo, and even details found in audio dramas and crids related to the game. The explanations clarify tricky points, reference specific pages in guides, and confirm details about characters and stages. It's clear this quiz was designed for dedicated fans, testing their knowledge beyond just gameplay, touching on the expanded universe and merchandise. This page continues the virtual on quiz, moving through the intermediate and advanced questions. It covers a wide range of topics, from character names like Captain Ascone and his squad members, to specific virtuoids such as Raiden, APHARMD, and even a sketch of a modified drillman. The quiz delves into lore details found in guidebooks and audio dramas, referencing stage names like Plant and Kleinbottle, and even discussing the number of operational units of certain virtuoids, and the speed rankings of different models, noting Temujin is the fastest. The page includes clear images of the Raiden, HBV05E, and APHARMD, VR.MBV09C. Virtuoids, illustrating answers to related questions. The final question is a service question, asking for the title of the next game, Cyber Troopers Virtualon Oratorio Tangram. The bottom of the page lists the winners of the quiz contest from various prefectures, including Osaka, Saitama, and Chiba. This page features an article about creating digital manga using photographs, particularly focusing on cats. The author discusses how digital cameras and computers make it easier to add manga-style elements like speech bubbles, lines, and effects directly onto photos. The article mentions the concept of neko manga, cat manga, as a starting point for this creative process. Examples are shown with actual photos of cats overlaid with dialogue bubbles and expressive lines, giving them personality. One section is titled, A Certain Race, showing two cats seemingly competing, and another is, A Certain Cat's Life and Opinions, featuring a cat's thoughts. The author notes that combining narrative with unpredictable cat behavior captured in photos can be challenging, but also leads to unique results. They discuss the technical process involving scanning or using digital photos, adding text and effects with computer software, and printing. The concept is presented as an accessible and fun way to create comics without traditional drawing skills, emphasizing the ease of editing and reshooting with digital tools compared to film. This page is dedicated to the highly anticipated SEGA Saturn game Yuno, a girl who chants love at the bound of this world, right before its release. It features an article by Kimiko Furuyama, the voice actress for the character Yuno, where she shares her experiences recording for the game and her thoughts on the title itself. She expresses how the game's deep story moved her to tears, even after knowing the plot through the voice recording process. She praises the detailed graphics, saying they're so good they look like photos, and highlights the thrilling and emotional story. The page also includes a section revealing a secret about the Saturn version's packaging. There are illustrations hidden inside the CD case artwork. Another feature is a conversation log between the game developer Elf and the magazine's editorial team, discussing the final preparations and excitement leading up to the game's launch, touching upon promotional efforts and even small details like the packaging design. There's also a message board section with brief updates. The page shows images of the game packaging and discs, and a picture of someone playing Yuno on a Saturn console, underscoring the anticipation for this complex adventure title. This page explores the subtle relationship between games and art, specifically through the lens of the adventure game Myst. The article delves into the mysterious world of Myst, suggesting its name evokes both the word mysterious and mist, reflecting its enigmatic nature, where the path forward isn't always clear. The author draws parallels between the puzzle-solving and narrative discovery in Myst, and the process of interpreting complex works of art, highlighting how both invite the viewer/player to seek hidden messages and engage in a form of dialogue with the creator. Examples from art history, such as the Mona Lisa's smile and the unfinished aspects of Michelangelo's works, are used to illustrate this idea of inherent mystery and layers of meaning. The page provides basic information for the game Myst, listing it as Work 41, published by Sunsoft, priced at 7,800 yen, and categorized as an adventure game. An accompanying image shows two ancient Egyptian statues, perhaps referencing the game's diverse environments. The author of the article is introduced as Dr. Fuse, a scholar and author born in 1960, known for his book Brain in the Art Museum. A picture of Dr. Fuse shows him dressed as an explorer with a magnifying glass, fitting the theme of seeking hidden truths. A small section titled Weekly Fuse Academia appears to be a separate column by the author. The core message is that Myst is a game that intellectually challenges the player, offering an experience akin to uncovering the secrets embedded within art. This page presents the weekly horoscope segment titled This Week's Mother Hakozaki, running from November 28th to December 4th. It features a cartoon illustration of the titular fortune teller, noted as having over 20 years of experience and apparently fielding consultations from the magazine's editorial staff. A separate section highlights this week's lucky person, identifying her as Narumi Fuemoto, the winner of the nationwide school uniform Beautiful Girl Grand Prix from the Game Gals Panic S2. Her birthday is December 4th, making her a Sagittarius. The text notes that despite her efforts in studying, she's facing a delicate situation where people around her aren't supportive, impacting her work. Her fortune for the week indicates money luck is starting, health is fragile, work/study requires more effort, but she will be surrounded by lots of love. The main part of the page provides weekly horoscopes for all 12 zodiac signs, from Aries to Pisces. Each sign includes separate sections for boy and girl, with a unique cartoon illustration for each, along with a brief interpretation of their fortune for the week. A key at the bottom indicates how to interpret the illustration's moods, ranging from excellent to not quite there. This page is the Readers Submitted Saturn Tips and Tricks Corner, dubbed the Extreme Art, where players share hidden techniques to enhance gameplay. Submitting a successful trick can win you prizes, ranging from SEGA Saturn games to book coupons. Featured tips cover several games. For the Sakura Wars Steam radio show, players can unlock various bonus content like movies and minigames. This involves specific actions in modes like Feeling Couple to view character DJs, activity photos, and commercial videos, or accessing minigames via the Encyclopedia of Play, or directly from the title screen after dating characters like Yonko or Ayame and the Three Daughters. A screenshot shows one of the minigames, a quick draw title. Another section covers Falcom Classics. One trick reveals a mysterious item shop in the Saturn version of Xanadu that wasn't in the original, accessible by turning right at the first intersection when heading to the dungeon and scrolling the screen. Another tip mentions setting the Saturn's internal clock to November 13th and selecting a bonus item from the menu while holding the Y button to view extra content, likely related to games like YSI/2 included in the collection, as suggested by the screenshot showing a menu with options for drama CD, interviews, and a visual collection. The page also includes a call for readers to submit their own extreme art tips for SEGA Saturn games to be featured in future issues. This page features a SEGA Saturn software review section, specifically highlighting pre-release trials of upcoming games scheduled for release between November 28th and December 4th. Different perspectives are included from female users, experienced gamers, high rollers, and guest writers. First up is Sonic R, the racing game take on the classic platformer. Reviewers had mixed feelings, appreciating the look and the attempt at a racing style, but finding the controls tricky and the course design sometimes confusing, making it difficult to fully enjoy the sense of speed. Scores for Sonic 2 were generally middling, landing in the 6 and 7 range. Next, there's The Girl Who Sings Love at the Edge of the World, Yuno, a highly regarded adventure game. Reviewers were extremely positive, praising its deep story and content, which felt like reading a rich novel. The unique ADMS system, which blends gameplay elements with the narrative, was highlighted as a strong point, making it more than just a passive reading experience. The puzzles were well integrated, and the consensus was that the game fully justifies its higher age rating for its narrative depth, rather than just explicit content. Scores for Yuno were uniformly high, all coming in at 9 out of 10. Finally, a small corner shares some of the reviewers' personal gaming interests, touching on titles like Silent Mobius, Angelique, and Soul Hackers, showing a diverse range of preferences among the staff. The SEGA Saturn pre-release software reviews cover 3 games. Cotton 2, a horizontal shooter, impressed with its visuals but was criticized for its high difficulty and reliance on a command-based shot system. Opinions were mixed, with scores averaging 6 to 7. JIKU Powerful Pro Yaku S, a baseball simulation, was lauded for its improved success mode and solid gameplay, though one reviewer preferred the N64's controls. It received positive marks, averaging a score of 7. Virtual Qt 2, a boat racing game, offered a surprisingly deep and realistic simulation. While newcomers might find the instructions lacking, the water simulation and racing experience were well received, scoring around 6 to 7. This page features previews and reviews for upcoming Sega Saturn titles. The first game covered is Ginga Ojusama Densetsu Yuna 3. Lightning Angel, an adventure/simulation game and the latest in the series. Reviewers had mixed feelings. One felt the system and story setup were disappointing but appreciated the character designs. Another found it easy for fans to get into, praising the animation but noting rough graphics. A third reviewer was quite critical, finding the overall presentation rough, graphics and animation poor, and character introductions inadequate. Scores ranged from 4 to 7, with an average of 6.00. Next is Hop Step Idol, a simulation game where players train male idols. Reviewers were also divided. One liked the idol training concept and potential dating elements, but criticized the visuals. Another found the simulation decent, but felt the graphics were a weak point, and noted slow loading. A third reviewer was put off by the opening song and graphics, seeing it as a game where personal taste heavily influences enjoyment, suggesting improved character design could have helped. Scores were lower, averaging 5.33. Finally, the page showcases 2 new releases in the Dayjig series, McKnight Art Collection and Lassen Art Collection. These are digital jigsaw puzzle games. McKnight features puzzles based on artwork by Thomas McKnight, while Lassen uses art by Christian Reese Lassen, often known for his ocean scenes. Both are described as relaxing puzzle experiences. This page presents the Sega Saturn new software release schedule, giving players a clear view of upcoming titles. It's a comprehensive list covering releases from December 1997 into early 1998, including titles with specific dates, those listed for mid or late month, and others marked as simply upcoming. For each entry, the schedule provides the release date, the game's title, its price, the developer or publisher, the genre, and any specific peripheral compatibility or age restriction. The genres span a wide range, from action, RPG, and simulation, to sports, puzzles, and various niche categories like interactive movies and table games, ensuring something for every player's taste. Compatibility notes detailed support for controllers like the racing wheel, mouse, twin stick, and even specific peripherals, like the multi-controller or movie card. This kind of detailed schedule is invaluable for Saturn owners looking to plan their purchases and anticipate the next big releases. It highlights the continued strong support for the console during this period, showcasing a diverse lineup from major publishers and smaller developers alike. This page continues the comprehensive new software release schedule for the Sega Saturn, giving players a detailed look at what's hitting shelves or is planned for the near future. It lays out the release date, game title, price, developer/publisher, genre, and any required peripherals or age restrictions for each upcoming title. Scanning the list, we see a mix of known quantities and titles still in development. Notable entries include the adventure game Riven, the horror hit The House of the Dead, and fighting game giants like The King of Fighters 97, Vampire Savior, and Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter. There are also ports of popular series like Resident Evil 2 and Contra, Legacy of War, alongside Sega's own franchises like Sonic Jam and various Virtua Fighter titles. The schedule also shows Japanese-specific releases like the Super Robot Wars F Final, and sequels in series like Shining Force 2i and Tokimeki Memorial Drama Series. The genres covered are diverse, from classic action and RPGs to simulation, strategy, and more niche categories like variety or specific tool software. The notes on peripheral support highlight the range of control options available for the Saturn, from standard controllers to mice, racing wheels, and even RAM expansion carts for enhanced performance in certain fighting games. It's clear the Saturn still had a strong lineup of varied software heading into 1998, keeping players well stocked with new experiences across all genres. SEGA Saturn Magazine is running a reader competition. To enter, readers must submit a postcard by December 12th with questionnaire answers, personal details, and their desired prize. The next issue releases December 5th. The page announces winners from a previous contest, awarding various prizes. The current competition offers 5 prize categories. 20 winners can choose any Sega Saturn software released before November 28, 1997. 2 will receive a Preflis's RPG, Ronde Rondo. 3 winners will get a Super Real Mahjong Sep 7 telephone card. Another 3 will win Stakes Winner 2 and an odds card. Finally, 3 entrants will win a set of 4 Ape Escape keychains. The next page is a full advertisement for Princess Quest, a SEGA Saturn fantasy RPG, scheduled for release on January 29, 1998, featuring 5 main characters. This page is a full advertisement for the space opera game Grand Red on SEGA Saturn. It highlights the game's title, a futuristic main ship or character design, and the tagline, "Space Fleet, I will lead us to victory." The advert prominently displays the release date, November 27th, and the price of 5,800 yen. It is published by Banpresto.